Happy day of the moon, and welcome to Beyond the Veil with Adina here on YouTube. Thank you for joining me on this lovely Monday, this day of the moon. I am your resident hostess as well as your resident medium, oracle, wise woman, woo lady, prophetess, priestess, and all of those things in between that people have come up with to designate us. I do all of those things here on this channel, so if you're not into that, I completely understand. I just ask that you leave just as peacefully and respectfully as you have come so that you don't disturb my community of friends here. And if you are into this kind of stuff, then I invite you to stay, make yourself at home, and just be respectful of yourself and everyone else, please. Have a good time while you're here. To all of my regular viewers, subscribers, return viewers, busted babies, OG watchers, bush watchers, and everything else in between. Welcome to Beyond the Veil with Adina. Happy Monday. Happy to see you all. Now that I'm back from my little faux 2 day vacation, I guess. Hello, one of one. I'm happy to see you this Monday. How are you? Very rare that anyone beats Mama Fakit into the chat. YouTube, I see what you're doing. Thank you. You're doing an amazing job with notifying my members and my subscribers. I just ask that you quicken it up this Monday. I know I've been gone, but don't act like I've been gone for weeks and weeks. So, YouTube, please just notify all of my subscribers and members that I'm live. Thank you. So that we can get this channel on your platform popping. Am I still going, or did I lose my connection because I don't see the chat moving? And I shall not begin until you guys talk to me. You know, Tiara, I did not. I don't even want to call it a vacation because I did not. It will. Hey, Miss Shirley, how you doing, sugar? It'll be my last girls trip with this crew. Nothing against them, nothing at all. We didn't fall out or anything like that. It's just I have outgrown their type of vibe and I don't enjoy the things that we used to do anymore. So, no, I didn't enjoy myself. I actually wanted to take today off to kind of relax from the small vacation because I didn't get any real rest or relaxation. And so, no, I didn't enjoy it. Yep, I've just outgrown that vibe. They don't know it yet, but they won't see me on any more of those. I already knew I had outgrown it, but because we're cousins, I thought, I can still go and turn up with my cousins because that's really all I do with that crew. For the most part, only one of them I actually speak to every day. The other one, her sister, we used to be close when I was, growing up, but um we don't even really talk until it's time for us to get together and go out. And I guess I don't know. I don't like the vibes anymore. I don't care for the lounges. I don't care for, you know, the music. I don't care for the vibe, the people there. I actually inside that little lounge, I was sitting in there. I did say that last time was my last time. I am very tender for them, but it's not as much of them. It was more of me because I always think that I'm being too harsh with people. And if I have a long relationship with you, my Libra traits kick in and I'm going to try to maintain that relationship. Even if I've outgrown the dynamic, I may not cut it off. I just am going to compartmentalize or I'm going to only relate to you where we can relate rather than throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. But I should always follow my first mind and my first instinct, and that's just to cut it because I found myself spending a lot of money and not enjoying myself except for the times that I went off alone. So when I went on live down to the pool, everybody else was crashed sleep because they had went out the night before when we got there, and I didn't because Auntie was tired. Um, so yeah, I spent a lot of money. I looked great. I could have had fun if I wasn't with them and I didn't drive, so I wasn't at the mercy of being able to just get up and go as I wanted to, but it was a lot of ripping and running. They had, all this stuff to do to prepare for the night just to go out to some clubs. And that was like the highlight of the weekend, the going out to the clubs. And we actually went because we were supposed to go for a Father's Day brunch on Sunday, but we made it a little weekend. But I don't I don't enjoy the crowds that they enjoy. I don't entertain the men that they entertain. So I usually look like the stuck up one. When I'm not stuck up, it's just I don't belong here. And so if I just, I, Saturday at that brunch, everybody kept asking me what was wrong, but I was like, nothing, I'm chilling. I'm just, and then tell me why they had Sammy performing at the brunch on Sunday. Sammy, first of all, I am the same age as Sammy. So I was never a fan of him like that to see him and love a performance because we're the same age. So I was doing the same stuff he was at the same age. And we listening to, the music, and then they interrupt the whole shenanigans so that he can grab the mic and perform one of his new songs. Bitch, I don't know this song, bitch. I don't know this fucking song. And I had done passed by that man all night in that bar, him and his little entourage, and had no idea. No goddamn idea. He looked more regular than the people that I was with. And I hate to shade, but Sammy, them girls that you was with was busted. Busted. And then we end up getting into it with them on the way to man, listen, I was so ready for him to get to get him off that motherfucking microphone and cue the Jeezy back, please. Y'all cut off Jeezy for Sammy so he can get up there and then he started performing the I like the way you and all the people in there were singing along and I'm sitting here like I'm finna be 30 fucking 9 years old. What am I doing here? Y'all don't even like that song. Why y'all singing it? Everybody in here just being groupies. Most of y'all don't even know Sammy like that. I'm sure half of y'all was like, who? Get the fuck off the mic, please. No shade to Sammy, but Auntie wasn't there for you. And then they had a little after party at another club, and it's literally right across from the other club, so we're just tiptoeing our way over there. We actually got a ride in the horse and buggy thing, not the horse and buggy, but the guy driving the cart. We got a ride with him. He was dropping us off in front of the other club, and we were, getting our money together so that we could pay him. Well, behind us pulls a SUV, a black SUV, and I could tell that it was probably Sammy just because of the SUV. But they start honking their horn, and we're trying to get out of the horse and carriage. They're dropping us off. They're doing their job, bitch. Y'all could go around, but they wanted front door service at the club, and that's where we were getting dropped off at. So they're blowing at us, and we're trying to pay the gentleman. And so we're just like, hold on. At first, we were like, hold on, until they rolled down their window and demanded that we move. Now, none of us are really like rude girls like that, but one thing about it is all of us consider ourselves to be big dogs in our own right. Like We don't have to have the celebrity, but we don't need that. We probably got more money than you, Sammy. I promise you that. I promise that. As a matter of fact, I know we do. It's a couple sharks in this crew over here. Y'all hold on now. We getting out. Okay, we gonna move. But we were just saying, hold on so we could pay the gentleman. And they're honking the horn, then gonna roll down the window and say it's the artist in the truck. That's when we all kind of slowly turned around like, and Da Vinci, uh, Basquiat, which one? Pick one. Prince, which artist? I was thinking, well, I'm Adina the artist, but no, I was just like, what? So I knew exactly who it was, but I was like, oh, no, 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 no. Y'all not finna do that. Y'all not finna roll down the window and do that whole world artist thing, because one of the girls I was with, she was like, okay, you guys go around then. Like, it's literally street. Go around. They're like, yeah, we need to get dropped off in the front door. We need y'all to move. So the girls I'm with start going off. I'm not the going off type, so I'm standing here like, here the fuck we go. Here we go. So I'm just trying to get the girls to leave it alone and we paid the man, let's just go. Because now they want to tussle. They want to argue. Now we done paid the man. Y'all tried it. So Sammy's manager gets out. A gentleman gets out to argue with us. A group of women with his little purse or whatever, little side pocketbook thing he had. And I was sitting there just thinking, you guys don't have to do all of that. First of all, you gorgeous ladies, y'all don't need to be you acting like this and I don't like that gaslighting. But anyways, I just told the ladies to let's go. And then when they opened that video, when they opened that van door and all of those barracudas got out, I said, bitch, y'all try. Matter of fact, I don't even want to go in this club. Not even if it's free. I'm not going in. I'm going over there to the little taco restaurant and I'll sit down, because look what y'all bringing into the establishment. Yes. Okay. Look what you guys are bringing in to the establishment. So, yeah, no. I don't even want to go in there. I don't want to party with you guys. My mood was all thrown off. And I don't care for establishments who cater to, I get like if it was Beyonce, that makes sense. Like a Chris Brown or somebody like that, Kanye West, then it makes sense for them to kind of make accommodations. But when that man got out and went to security and was like, yeah, if we got an artist in the truck. Now, mind you, this they had nothing to do with us, but I could hear them trying to get VIP treatment for Sammy. So the guy got out of the truck and was like, yeah, we got an artist in the truck. We need a section and all this other stuff and da 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 da. And I wanted to go up and tell that staff, y'all know the artist he talking about is Sammy. So y'all finna go over here and reserve all of this stuff. Sammy ain't been an artist in a long. But anyways, I didn't go in because I was too thrilled. I was insulted. I was insulted, and we were there getting ready to spend a lot of money on them expensive ass sections and $250 bottles that cost 40 or 50 bucks at the liquor store. I have been around some of them, one of one. Most of them are more humble. And to give it to Sammy, it wasn't him. It was his manager. I didn't hear him say a thing. It was the manager guy and the driver, the Mexican Venezuelan. She looked something along that line. The driver and them barracudas that hopped out. They all looked like addicts. I'm so serious. The girls, they had on matted weaves or wigs. Very, listen, all of them was hiding a kite, and I'm not talking about weed. It looked like pills or something else because their eyes was just a rolling around in their head. I thought, oh my God. Oh. I don't want to go in there. And so, yeah, this whole weekend, I was just, everything was just lowbrow to me. I had such a good time just chilling at the resort with my feet up, sipping a drink. I had a great time doing that. When I travel, I like to have an itinerary. I like to relax. I don't, let me tell y'all, before I get to the reading, they told us that we was going to have one of their little guy friends was a chef and he was supposed to cater our food all weekend. Why I end up cooking Sunday morning? Why I end up cooking steak, eggs, and shrimp and biscuits? Nobody came and catered, but the nigga showed up. He showed up because it was a house full of bitches there. So he showed up to get a drink and all of that. And they introduced him to me, and I had no words, y'all. I was just so annoyed. I was a little bit mean this weekend, but I wasn't in the mood to entertain nothing because when he walked through that door and I didn't see no chef hat, no chef apron, no food, no cooking supplies or utensils, I thought, bitch, what the fuck is he doing at our resort? And I'm walking around here scantily clad in my bathing suit. Get him the fuck out of here, cause I'm not covering nothing up for your nigga who came over here with no food but was expecting you to entertain him while his eyes looking at all the bitches here. I don't entertain men like that, and I about don't entertain women that entertain men like that. So I was annoyed off to the side somewhere because what the fuck are you doing here empty handed? And that's cool. That's fine. I order me some food, but then they still wanted to save money and everybody pitch in and go in so we can cook. And I thought, why is we cooking on a vacation? What happened to you? What happened to this nigga? See, this is what I mean by I don't entertain the men that they entertain. just just bums and brokenness all over the place. And I'm supposed to be excited about this. And that's really what they wanted. They wanted to be in the hood with all the hood niggas and stuff like that. And I just was like, we too old for this. No shade to the hood, but we are too old to do a vacation just so that, and I went along with it. But yeah, it's definitely the last time, Angel. I said it the last couple of times, but those were kind of like my first red flags. And then when I see red flags, if I care about you, I'm going to reason with myself. And before I just think it's a red flag to you, I'm going to check myself and see, okay, well, Adina, you may not like it, but that's a relationship. So maybe you can, I always try to find a way to find a middle ground for us to still relate. When in my first mind, just cut you off. But I don't like feeling like I'm such a cold hearted bitch. But I really do just, first mind is to cut it off because I can tell that we've outgrown a dynamic. So just cut it off. But when I do it, when I start to do it, people start pulling me back in and then I go to feeling bad. So that's my tender spot. You guys found it, or Angel found it because she called it. She said, you're tender for them. Love is a dangerous thing. I'm telling y'all. That's why I can't afford to be tender, because when you love people, you compromise on things, and sometimes that's not a good thing. And when people love you back, they don't make you compromise. They don't make you do it. So yeah, that's where I am with everything. With that, that was my weekend. Thanks for asking, guys. I should have had a good time, but I was so happy to get back home so I could relax. And I had to get back to work today, but I did relax more than I did on that little vacation. They're going to be feeling away when they'll be feeling away, but they'll be all right. Anyway, so while I was away, some people passed on. Hey, Nell. Hey, Georgie. Thank you. I think I'm the best too. Thank you very much. Um, hey, Sammy. That just gave me a flashback of Sammy and his entourage. Again, I'm going to state that I didn't, that little argument that my crew got into and Sammy's manager and his driver, I didn't see Sammy at all. He didn't even exit the vehicle until they got it all sorted out and he was from the vehicle to the truck. But that manager guy with those old busted shoes and the old busted clothes and the man purse, it's just everybody in there looked like struggle. And y'all can't treat people any kind of way just off the fact that you used to be a celebrity with a name. When we all collectively, I guarantee you, we have more money. I promise. I know we do because I know. Okay. Collectively, all of us combined, yes. Sammy and your entourage, you couldn't sit with us. So you guys got to be careful with regular people because not all of us is looking for clout and fame. Some of us are real quiet about how we move, but set, we could have went section for section, bottle for bottle, if that's the type of stunting that I was on. They was on that type of timing. They was insulted like we don't get treated like that nowhere. We always get the red carpet pulled out for us. Just a whole clique full of bad bitches. So, and we were literally just getting dropped off by somebody who was supposed to be there. It's y'all not supposed to be there looking for privileges. And I have been around bigger celebrities that don't act like that. I promise I have. Ones that could act like that and don't. But Sammy, you're a handsome young man. You're aging gracefully as us millennials do. Just, I don't know. Check your manager because he gonna cause you to get humbled by a group of women, some of who have Amexes, some of you just platinum and all kind of perks and benefits and shh, shh. And the guy who was with my cousin's friend, I know you ain't got more money than him. I know you don't. I know you don't. We had all the best sections everywhere we went all night. VIP treatment everywhere. We had our own security at the little lounge because we had done bought up all the rich nigga spots. So when they would ushered us girls into our sections and the most expensive sections, and me and my cousin sat down at each of them, he thought we was gonna sit together, and I sat at one and she sat at the other. He said, "Oh, these for y'all? Oh, y'all big dog." My cousin's guy friend paid for it all, but anyways, I didn't enjoy myself still. Anyways, all right. So while I was away, or before I left, the industry it has been mourning the passing of two celebrities. One of them went to glory today. The first one is Tay Keith. He is a producer who has produced for tons of everybody's favorite hip hop urban artists, I suppose. Um, and today, Clive Davis went on to glory. I want to say finally went on to glory because he hung in there for a long time. He hung in there. He died at the ripe old age of 94. And I won't say that I was personally waiting on him to go to glory. I don't know that man. Thank you, Sammy. But at some point it kind of just seemed like, bitches, you gonna stay here forever or what? And that's just saying that without any of my personal bias from Whitney or any of the industry greats, that it's rumored or alleged or conspired that he has something to do with taking away from us on the earth realm. Um, I personally dislike him for thinking that Jennifer Hudson could ever, yet never. And I'll just leave that there with a dot, dot, dot. Because, bitch, you tried it. And you tried it. She tried it. I've read that situation. I read Whitney Houston's death. I'll never look at Jennifer Hudson. I look at her the same way I read her and her family too. I look at her the same way I look at Clive, the same way I look at Tiff. I look at her and Tiffany Haddish the same way. Yes, they tried it and they tried to make fetch happen with her when she got all she's the ego. So she's got all the accolades. Now I ain't gonna hold you. When Jennifer Hudson um came out and made her debut in Dreamgirls, that is my favorite performance of hers. Her cover or her rendition to Jennifer Holliday's You're Gonna Love Me. But as an artist, after Dreamgirls, I didn't care for not one of her songs or projects after that. Just just did not. I just thought I only like her voice singing a Jennifer Holiday song. That Jennifer Holiday song. But then after that, it's just hooting and hollering to me. And I love belters. I'm an 80s baby. So I know good vocals. And I don't mind a little hooting and hollering. I prefer to hear Fantasia's take on hooting and hollering. Yes. North Carolina, or is it South Carolina? Fantasia. Because she hoot and holler and sang. Jennifer Hudson just hoot and holler. Just hoot and holler. And I don't like it. I don't like how big her mouth gets when she hoots and hollers. I don't like what I pick up in her when I don't what I pick up on her as somebody who picks up on people. I don't like her. I've read her before. I've read her whether she was mourning or grieving her family. I've read her family's passing. I don't like her. I don't like the fact that Clive walked her out there thinking, we found her, and had her hooting and hollering as Whitney's spirit was detaching from her body. Just trying to hoot and holler all of Whitney's ashe down her body at that Grammy party. You know, Clive is alleged to have axed out quite a few. It's been rumored and alleged over the years. Quite a few. But that one, I just won't forgive you for. That one and Angie Stone. Even though I think Angie Stone was, I don't think you was still whacking people body. And I think Whitney took you out. I think Whitney was the one that really did you in because I think that one hurt you. But do people that know your program now that you're an old man still keep the program running? Yes. I won't forget Whitney. That just, and I don't think that you was the same after that either. I don't think you were. Mm-mm. That's why Jennifer Hudson didn't pop off. Y'all had to give her the accolades, but there is no cultural influence, no impact. That's what I mean, cultural impact. And that goes for a lot of you guys' faves these days. Your decorated faves, they're only decorated because we're in a digital era now. So all of those things can be created. But these people are missing the impact, the multi generational impact, cultural impact. They're missing that. Sissy, I think she got everything she ever wanted from that. To us, it looks like for nothing, but to her, I think this is the life that she wanted. She wants to be skinny and have men, fawn after her and wanted to be a star. But I always say to big people who idolize being skinny and then go get surgery or drastic weight loss, you guys are never able to. You should do therapy with that too, because you guys are never usually able to shake the identity of being big. You guys will hide yourselves in big clothes like she does. She hides herself in big clothes. And I think it's because of skin, of like excess skin. But you don't have the discipline to live like a gym. I don't know. She might go to the gym, but like the big clothes, what's the point of being skinty if you're going to walk around in big old, big old, big old clothes and kind of be hunched over? And not to be funny, but some bigger people, their whole body matches their size, including their head. So, like Jennifer, academics, lose all the weight that you want, but the head still, for some reason, sometimes be looking like it belongs on a bigger body, and that be the dead giveaway. Anyways, I think that she got what she wanted. I think she's happy. I think she's happy. The only thing that I think Jennifer Hudson might not be happy with is not having the cultural impact. I think she has been giving all of the accolades, but she knows, in my opinion, that she's missing the sauce. So it ain't good enough. It ain't good enough when you want a destiny swap with someone, but you're missing the destiny, and all you can get is the accolades. It's never fulfilling. It's never fulfilling because you don't get what you wanted, which is that person's ashe. You want their ashe. You don't want the perks that come with it. You want that thing that they have. I had a friend who used to say that. She used to say, I want what you have. I want to be you. And she did me the worst that anybody in this world has ever done me, except for my daddy. But, you know, she would sit there and watch me do consultations or watch me work my woo. And I could tell she'd be watching in awe, just taking it all in and taking mental notes. And I had no problem with that. That was when I was much more tender and foolish and freely giving of myself. But I would catch her, you know, out of my peripheral, just gazing at me. And I knew that she was harvesting. But for me, I didn't mind what it was doing to her self esteem. So I let her suck my blood because I thought she ain't going to take nothing more than what I'm willing to give. I got enough motion to share. But she would, yes, she was very much, and my mama called it, but you know, I was just so happy to be loved back. And even though I've always been loved, but not in a way where I not in a way where I want it to be. But she would just be like, you know, sometimes when I look at you, I imagine you standing with these expansive wings. And, you know, I just want that. I want what you have. I want your gift. And I would tell her, instead of seeing it as the big, big, big red flag that it was, I saw it, but I thought it's harmless. Instead, I thought I could reason with her and tell her why she should not covet the mantle that I carry. And I've told this, I tell people all the time, don't covet a spiritual person's gifts or what you perceive as gift, because it's not a gift. Bitch, it came with a cost. Doing something extraordinary comes with a cost. And not everybody is willing to pay it. And keep paying it, because you never ever finish paying the cost. You never. Because somebody else in the world is going to demand it from you. Everywhere you go, somebody's going to demand it. And those who know what I'm talking about. So that's why it's called the mantle. And I told her, you don't want my gift because you don't want the training. You don't want the life that I was born into, that was considered a training ground for what you perceive as a gift, full of trauma. For people like me, we have to be broken, and we have to be broken constantly and at an early age so that spirit can be poured in, or so that we can identify the spirit that's within us. But we have to be broken. And at every new level of initiation, there's more of your blood, sweat, tears, pain, growth that's required. It's a very it's a niche lifestyle. But I used to tell her that. I used to tell her that when she would say she wanted wanted what I have. I said, "No, you don't." And I knew she only wanted it because she was looking at it like other people do. Oh, you know how to do rituals, so you know how to hurt people, you know how to make money, you know how to do this, you know how to do this. That is not what this lifestyle looked like. We don't feel like genies. We still be stressed the fuck out about stuff. But she used to go when she started hanging with me, she would start threatening people or saying stuff like, and if that bitch fuck with me, I'm gonna put her in a jar. And I thought, you don't know how to do that. You don't do no woo on your own. But she was slowly morphing into me. She didn't do no woo. So she didn't know how to do anything like that, but she was taking it all in, trying to learn. I know she was. And threatening to put people in a jar. And I thought, this is why you don't need. Because she asked me to teach her. And I told her I'd pray about it. Sure. And then Spirit said, no, it's not your job to initiate nobody into this path except for us. We call who we want to come in here, and they come. Um, so I told her no. I told her, if you learn these things, you're going to have to learn it from someone else who's appointed to teach you, but it's not me. But she'd start, I hear her in conversations, and if that bitch did it, I'm going to throw her in a jar. And I thought, anyways, message on Destiny Swappers, because in my opinion, Jennifer Hudson was one, but we're not reading her. And we'll save Clive for later, for last. I'll do Take Heath. Now, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm going to conjure up these people. I probably won't conjure them up. I might just read their energy, maybe the circumstances surrounding the last few days of their life, maybe. Since none of them passed away from foul play, there's really nothing for me to investigate. So I'm not sure how I'm going to approach either of these, but we'll start with Take Heath. I don't know much about his passing other than he passed because I went out of town, I think that day or the next day. So if there's anything that came out, I don't know. I have to find out on Google. Take Heath death. Okay. He was found dead in his Nashville, Tennessee apartment on June 18th after police responded to a welfare check. Nobody has stated his cause of death. It's pending autopsy. His family released a statement confirming his passing. He worked with Drake, Travis Scott, Sexy Red, you name it, everybody. I can't believe I even mentioned Sexy Red, but sure. I think he produced a lot of her songs. Take Keith, fuck these up. Okay, yeah. I can hear that at the beginning of one of her songs. So it says Drake honors Take Keith with an emotional tribute. Drake, Sexy Red, and Travis Scott pay homage to Tay Keith. Okay. He was in a battle with Sexy Red, not being paid for his work. He was in court with Sexy Red. That's what two of you guys said. You think Tay Keith is foul play? He passed away before he got paid. All right. Well, let's see. Let me get my Florida water. can't believe I have no water in here, actually. Hello, Harish. Don't ask me where I'm from, please. Thank you. All right. I don't know why you all would want to know that. All right. Let's go ahead. You know, as I center in on this young man in my mind, all I hear is the intro of Get It Sexy, that song, because I think it starts with his tag. Take it. Fuck them niggas up. Bow, bow, bow. Five this and this and your head. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Boy, you know that's super fat. I ain't lying. So I imagine, like you guys said, he must have been in a I imagine that is true what you guys said about his court case, because anytime I think about this young man, I think about that song, but that specific song, the Get It Sexy song, is that one of the songs he was in court about? Take Heath Sexy Red lawsuit. According to TMZ, Take Heath had not fully resolved a legal dispute with Sexy Red's Rebel label before his death. The producer reportedly filed the lawsuit in March, claiming the label owed him royalties for work he completed in 2024. So he wasn't beefing with her, but her label, because he knows she ain't got no money to be paying him royalties out of pocket. That's the label's job. Hey, Diamond, gorgeous honey bunny. You put something on the grill? I know that's right. I cooked steak. I cooked steak yesterday morning and had steak again this morning because somebody cooked me a steak this morning. So shout out to you all. And yes, shout out to the Negro delegation here in the United States and all throughout the diaspora who is celebrating Juneteenth. All right. So he was in a lawsuit with them about um it said her rebel label. Let me see who. Sexy Red label, because I like to find out who the bosses are. Who's the boss? Gamma. She's signed to Gamma. Rebel, comma, Gamma format. Okay. Who owns Gamma record label? The Gamma record label and media company is owned and was founded by former Apple executive Larry Jackson, CEO and former record executive Ike Youssef. Larry Jackson launched Gamma. Um, Usher and Rick Ross were on the rock roster, and there were hopes for Travis Scott. Okay, so the Travis Scott and Sexy Red doing music for both of them, I guess, comes through his work with the label. Which brings me to another thought that I wanted to mention during the Cardi B and Lizzo debacle. When everybody was saying that Lizzo was inspired by Cardi B's rollout, I wanted to tell people it has nothing to do with inspiration. Hello, lovely adorned. It has nothing to do with inspiration, but what's going on over there at the label. So if the label is looking at certain artists and saying, all right, you guys didn't make the budget cut for big machine, promotion. As a matter of fact, we're not doing any big machine promotion right now except for, the regular pack that we do, but the big machine, the bankroll machine that the old executives of Atlantic was doing, we don't do that around here. Everybody has had enough big machine boost for them to be able to stand on their own feet. And so I think it wasn't such a matter of Cardi B being revolutionary. They're both signed to the same label, and they're both in the same situation as far as getting a certain budget for promotion and album, pushing the album. So they all had to kind of be creative, at least the ones who weren't going to get that budget for it. So it's kind of just like they're in the same label, so they're in the same boat, and they got to use some of the same strategies if they want to survive that album rollout, because Atlantic wasn't doing it. They wasn't cutting the check. That's just to put certain things into perspectives when fanaticism starts to take something and people don't actually look at the common sense or the business aspect of it. They're on the same label, so they're in the same boat. All right, nevertheless, so Gamma is founded by CEO Larry Jackson and President Ike Yusuf. Larry Jackson looks to be a colored man. One of these is a colored man. I think this is Larry Jackson that's a colored. Unprecedented private equity to frontline music business. He looks like a colored. Okay. Well, I'm not going to dig too deep into this man um, relating to Tay Keith's passing, because I don't, nothing is reported as foul. I was just curious though, because some of you guys brought up the fact that Tay Keith was in this lawsuit with Sexy Red's label before he passed, and I wanted to see who the label was, and who the label owner was. Was it Clive? All right. Cleanse my hands one more time, real quick. All right. Most High Mother and Father God, thank you for this day. Thank you for this Monday, this day of the moon, and thank you for being patient with me. I know I'm hard-headed and stubborn sometime when it comes to matters of the heart, and that's why I ain't got no man, because y'all know the kind of shit that I'll pull up with for the sake of love. Thank you for understanding that comes with time, wisdom. Can't say with age, because some people age and never become wise. I thank you. I just wanted to publicly be grateful and show gratitude publicly. All right. Spirit, please allow me to conjure up the recently departed from their earth body. the spirit, soul, and collective energy of Tay Keith, the music producer. Tay Keith, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, the soul, and the collective. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. High 10 caramel skin, something to. When that bitch said caramel skin, I said, God damn it. Now the people have cataracts. Caramel, caramel, sexy red. You is chocolate skin. Did I misinterpret? Am I missing the lyric, or did she call herself caramel skinned in one of her songs? And I thought the young people is now getting the cataracts early because maybe she colorblind. Maybe she only see red. Maybe she only knows how to see red. Because I'm looking at her and I'm looking at myself. And I'm looking at her and I'm looking at myself. And I'm just like, then I'm looking at the variations of light skinned women in my family. And then looking at myself and I'm thinking, somebody is delusional around here. But listen, infected, dirty, just all of all of the things. And I am not ashamed or sorry about saying that because I think that's the image that they gave her. Do y'all remember before she was big when NLE Choppa walked her and Sukihana on all fours on dog leashes? And then she got big. Yep, this was before she was the sexy red that y'all celebrate now, down to the Drake house. Yeah, that was when they was getting put the fuck on. That was the come up era. One of them two hoes was gonna make it. One of them two was gonna make it. The problem is Sexy Red had already, I mean, Sukihana had already been broke in. So little did she know it was never gonna be her. I ain't forget. I ain't forget your come up days, and that's why you're an A-list now. Darn near an A-list. Sexy Red is darn near A-list. If you by the industry standards and stuff, like not in my world, but according to, the music world, that, that darn near. But I'll never forget. And when I saw that back then, I knew it was only a matter of time before one of those girls got the push. When I saw NLE Choppa walking Sukihana and Sexy Red on all fours while they had chains around them, I knew it was only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. I thought it was going to be Sukihana because she already had her foot wet. But I didn't know that they was using that and using Suki to bring in another one because Suki didn't make the cut. Suki went online at one time crying and snotting about selling her soul. So she did all that, and they wasn't gonna let you in, girl. Put you with Ray J, and you wasn't gonna get in because of that one thing you did that let them know that you had a conscience. You went online at the beginning of your days, crying, snotting, and talking about how you sold your soul and you was trapped in your contract. So now you just stuck with your soul sold, but they not gonna elevate you, but they will use you to bring in the new one. But get it sexy. I mean, made sure Drake and all the guys gave her the cosign. They bypassed marketing her directly to women. You want to know why? Because we weren't going for that shit so blatantly in the music when we wasn't doing that. You can't see, you couldn't have taking a sexy red from that manufacturing plant that they manufactured her and giving her directly to women with gonorrhea lip gloss, talking about her coochie hole brown. We were actually pushing back against it. I remember, I won't say we because I ain't never a part of these hoes. The women's was pushing back. The problem was she got stamped and co-signed by all the niggas. Mm-hmm. That's all they needed to do. You can bypass the female market. If all the men embrace her, then the women will too. Because something that we're looking at as disgusting, once we saw all the men loving on her, not treating her like a hoe, like they treat us, but loving on her, it made us think, well, shit, we might as well too. And that was the reason for the product. Now, even the same women who were disgusted with the whole image of Sexy Brown and her music and everything that she was pushing, now y'all jig into it a little bit. Mm-mm. So you got to learn a little bit of psychology if you're going to entertain the entertainment business. Then no, it's not all just fun and music. No, you got to know a ting about psychology. And if you don't, then you're the one getting brainwashed. But yes, the women didn't like that. Black women weren't going to go for that until our men did. And no, they weren't calling her a hoe and degrading her like we thought they would. They were hugging her, dapping her up, opening up doors for her, co-signing her. And we thought, well, bitch, we might as well be just like that if the men really still. The women were like, no, men say they don't turn hoes into housewives. And then Sexy Red came and she became everybody's favorite hoe. And then the rest of the women thought, okay, well, we might as well put down our morals. And you want to know what's so funny about it is? It showed that they were never your morals anyways. You go where the niggas at. Because all of you guys want to be someone's wife. So where you see the men go and the type of women that you see them embrace, you might embrace them too. To be fair, one of one, all of us are male. It's societal. Women are, we get the story of Adam and Eve as soon as we, as soon as we learn a little bit of something. So the world says that the woman is supposed to, model herself or shape herself in a way that would make her a good candidate for a wife and a mother. Only recently are women rejecting that and saying we don't have good candidates for husbands and fathers, so we good. But typically, we've always kind of been groomed to in the idea of the woman is supposed to be the helpmeet and the man is supposed to be the head. My ex-husband used to say, I'm not her head. She's smart. She's smarter than me. That's why I married her. So the in that regard, women who are looking to become someone's wife, and I won't, that is male centered, but that's pretty much every woman. Every woman wants to be married because that's how we've been groomed. And so women typically carry themselves the way that men are choosing women. When all the men in the industry, even the ones that women respected and sought after, all embraced Sexy Red the way they did, and again, they did not degrade her the way she was degrading herself. They really just be vibing with her. That sent a message to women, especially the ones who were repulsed by her degrading branding. Sent a message to them that these men can actually see past you being a hoe if they like you, if you're fun. So now women are okay being a hoe, but a fun hoe. Still, though, wanting to get married. Mind you, Drake, her biggest cosign, look who he made a child with. And she's now getting ready to get married to somebody who ain't Drake. Look who Travis Scott made a child with. So, you figure out if that was genuine or if that was manufactured. And as an observer, I look around and I see it's brilliant. It's brilliant. The elites, I don't hate the elites of the world like everybody else does, because at some point when I really began to observe, then I thought these people are only, they're only there. They're just energy that exists on a polarity. Sure, it might be the polarity that nobody likes. We all feel like it's evil. But there exists polarity in nature. So they're there. Do you have to be their victim? No. Evil people can exist and have no power, never really be a threat to the world population if the world population was an easy prey. So once I start realizing how stupid people were, ignorant, and then blissfully ignorant, then I stopped seeing good and evil in black and white. Nevertheless, music though, just observe. Drake also told you guys you only live once. So everything was supposed to be fun with Drake. Very mindless behavior with that one. He stamped Sexy Red because who before Kendrick was a bigger cosign than Drake? Who was Drake's biggest fan base? Women. I think it's women. So Drake co-signing Sexy Red, genius. Chef's kiss. All right. So Tay Keith, let's go ahead. I see you got me deep off in these industry streets. You telling all the industry secrets, but you got to tell me something else than that, because we know that. That's child's play. Ain't too much you could tell me, huh? You were so young. You would have ended up prey too at some point, just like you did. And this isn't shade. I'm speaking to energy at this point, having a conversation. All right, Tay Keith. Please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and collective energy of Tay Keith, a supernova. I don't know if that's his soul. Like, all I see is a bomb, an explosion. But I can't tell if that was his inception or if that's his death. Either the moment he was created, when his parents were, their sperm and that egg was formulating, or the moment of his death. Something was very explosive about it. Either his conception or his leaving his body. It seemed like it was an explosion for him. The experience of the soul leaving the body or entering the body. One of those was like a nuclear explosion in my mind, which means that he was destined to be very talented. So he had talent. I will say that it was destined for him to be somebody because he had so many talents that were going to elevate him, push him somewhere. That was his purpose, to be very talented and to make some form of an impact. It seems as though people who have very impactful lives to live feels like there's something about the energy, their soul entering and leaving their body is a little different. It might have some force to it. Take Keith. Take Keith. Oh, he said, don't ring the dead people bell for me. Because I was looking for my bell. I was about to grab it and I heard, please don't ring the dead people bell for me. You're not used to it yet, are you? No. Sudden. Too sudden. In my mind I could see if I was sick, but this is something else. Sudden. Feel very sudden. Something about it is sudden. Ironically, the wheel of fate. I don't know how it slipped out. The wheel of fate, the wheel of karma, the wheel of reincarnation. Well, this one wanted to live. They better not say unaliving himself, because this one had plans, things in the works, specifically with artists. Maybe Drake, maybe him and Drake were getting ready to do something. He had things in the works. He had plans, not just musically though, but things in his mind that he wanted to do that he hadn't even put into play yet or had fully discussed with people. I smell a bit of self-respect off of this one. Eventually, Tay Keith would have, if he lived, Tay Keith would have taken his wealth from the industry and channeled it into an entrepreneurial endeavor, a business of some sort. But he's smart, so I see it being a very wise business endeavor that he would have done. And in my opinion, he already had been thinking about an exit from the industry. And it was most likely due to the way they played with his money. So in his mind, I sense that he was putting together his segue. And in my opinion, it would have been a success. He would have been a successful businessman, something like um, Chameleonaire. He feels like that. It feels like that type of transition. It's like it's like death crept up on him like a thief in the night. But his last breath, that last sigh, it was so long, such a long sigh. Hmm. Hey Keith, talk to me about your experience, the last experience with life that you had. What was going on in your life when you passed away? And was your death caused by a health issue, or what caused you to pass away that you remember, that you have processed, that you have in your awareness, because you're still going through the death process. So there is a lot that you may not in this moment be in the position to recall because of all of the chaos, colors, sounds going on around you. Or is it not? Is it quiet? Hmm. Take Keith, talk to me about your life and your passing. What was going on with you in your life leading up to your passing? And what caused you to pass away? Was it your health? Was it some kind of random aneurysm or something like that? Was it drugs or was it something else? All right, let's see what we can see. Three of Swords in reverse. Passed away with the court case lingering over his head. Fun fact, in my opinion, or not so fun fact, there are some parties attached to this court case who feel like, whew, now that that's out of the way. Upright betrayal. But this is also close friends or business partners in some form of contract or fight, a legal fight. In reverse, the swords fall out of the heart, which brings some form of relief. So there are at least somebody in this, in my opinion, legal situation resolving him or surrounding him that feel relieved now. Is there a crime in feeling relieved that somebody that was suing you passed away? It's not a crime. And if I were the record executives or the record label, if I'm clean in this, then I'm going to say that's unfortunate for his family, but very fortunate for us. So there, in my opinion, is somebody that feels relief. And because it's swords, it's surrounding the lawsuit. Challenge. Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Take Heath, since he worked with the label, then his job was he's one of the ones whose job is to co-sign and break Sexy Red. You notice how DJ Self has been claiming forever that he positioned Cardi B to get her discovered. I don't know what you guys hear when they say these things, but because I know how these things work, these are not organic rises. Industry hates organic A-listers. You can be an organic artist out there doing doing your thing, but once you hit the big league, the machine, they hate organic A-listers. So there are very few of those coming up in A-list now. You got the ones from the old industry, but they hate organic because you guys don't have it anymore. And if you do, you are less likely to want to be controlled by people who have no hand in your true talent. So you're easier to manipulate when they make you. You guys can bet your bottom dollar that a good 70% of your favorite artists have been manufactured. They're not just some artists who have been artists, singers, poets that turned into rappers from their mother's womb. And it's their passion. They lost, they sacrificed for it, lost jobs. There's nothing else in the world that they would be doing. And even if they don't have a machine behind them, they can be singing in a Walmart parking lot and they're going to draw a crowd. That's not what Sexy Red was. And in my opinion, when the label decide to manufacture her, because mind you, this is a label started by a IT guy, Apple. So they're into manufacturing products, very successful ones. They know the blueprint, they know the formula. They bring the girl in, and then they bring in the team to assemble her. A producer that works at a record company or a record label, or one who they bring on to work with most of their artists, they're a part of the assembly crew. So Tay Keith was an assembler of Sexy Red. He's one of her builders. He's one of the people who had to pour something into her to make her the product that they gave us. What did he pour into her? Her beats. He's responsible for all the catchy beats that everybody liked. What's the point of the product without the music? That's the point of having an artist. Is Sexy Red an influencer? Yes. But the most successful influencers are musicians. Why? Because of music, words, repetition, lyrics, rhyme, all of those passing through the right side of your brain into the left. It's the easiest way to learn, which is why at elementary school, all of our learning is put into song, is put into some kind of rhyme or something, because you learn better. You learn better with some form of repetition rhythm. It's easier to slip things in through the right brain because it's not so analytical. So it's not so many harsh um, barriers on the left brain. You analyze, you break down, you research, you know, you compare and contrast. Right brain, though, it kind of bypasses all of those and just slips the information right on because you're enjoying it. The beat, the sound, it's making you enjoy it. So you almost don't even have to be paying attention to what's being said if you can enjoy the beat and the music. But something is being said though, and it is going into your brain just through the right side where you're not so analytical about it. But what do I know? I'm just a smart girl in a beautiful, beautiful, beautifully constructed body. Just I'm not conceited at all, but I am cute and smart. So, with this being in the challenging position, it's Sexy Red's label that say, and this is obvious, that says we don't want to pay you. But because it's the queen, in my opinion, he's looking at it like I helped make her. I made her an A-lister because she's a queen, the Queen of Pentacles. So yes, he's one of her assemblers. He's a part of Geppetto. He's a Geppetto that helped make her. In my opinion, though, he feels like he's owed the most because without the catchy beats, nobody would be able to digest what she's saying. And then they will continue to reject her. The other problem is these are business people, these are investors. They're not music executives, they're not music lovers. They are from Silicon Valley. And I don't know directly if that's where they're from, but he's from Apple. They're from the tech world. They build products and they sell them. So they're looking at the music industry just like any other industry that an investor got into. They're looking at it like, how I'm gonna make some money. I'm gonna make a product. Tech people, they know how to make products. And if you work for Apple, then you have to know psychology too. If you're high enough up in a tech company, then you know a thing or two about psychology, because you have to know how to market your product, who you're making your products for, who's going to be the buyer. And they determine that. They determine who they want to buy their products. And then they build, assemble, and then market them to you all. But a lot of psychology goes into knowing your audience and your market so that you can successfully sell to them. With that being said, these people are investors. They built a quick product, Sexy Red, and they're looking at it like, how we gonna get, the most of our money. And it could be a thing where they just don't see the value in paying certain people, like the producer, because a tech person wouldn't look at a producer versus her manager. They'll probably pay the manager and not the producer, because they don't understand the value of the impact of the music or the sound that Tay Keith is lending to Sexy Red. But her agent, though, her manager, well, yeah, they've created a product and he's going to be the one to put it on the shelf. So, yes, he's more valuable to them. Seems like Tay Keith was not valuable enough to get paid when everybody else got paid. Past position, he sued. We're talking about, well, I did ask him what was going on in his life leading up to his passing. And so far, we're talking about his lawsuit. This is him with his sword raised, which is why I said present position. This is his lawsuit situation, first and foremost. Somebody's relieved, though, because he led the charge. He sued them. That's in his past position. In my opinion, there could be some reports in the autopsy that are overlooked, ignored, some details that the coroner sees and he'll just turn a blind eye to. Or he might fib on a finding in the official when he writes down the official cause. Now, I'm not going to lie, because I'm starting to get more used to trusting my gut the first time. I keep hearing in my mind, it's the toxicology report that will not be accurate. I keep hearing in my mind, it's the toxicology report that won't be accurate. That is my opinion. And it's not founded in any truth or fact that has come out of this case surrounding Tay Keith. Also, the involved parties that he was suing, they'll go on and continue to manufacture. Their only problem is Tay Keith seemed to be Sexy Red's magic sauce. So they've got to find a new magic sauce. Another problem is other producers aren't going to want to work with them because they don't pay. And then when you sue them for the money, you pass away. So they need some more secret sauce. Oh, I didn't know notice that was so many S's. They need more secret sauce for Sexy Red. But they're about to have a little problem. Not saying that they won't get somebody, because if y'all notice, no matter what happens in the industry, time after time after time, there's always somebody willing to sign up for it. You can just wait a few years, wait or so 10 years. When there's a 10-year dark period in the industry, that means a generation has to pass a certain stage so that they could then either be skipped over or that they can be old enough to market to. careful, producers, even though I hear you guys talking amongst yourselves when they start putting their feelers out for a new producer for Sexy Red, if they have not already. Um, you guys will be like, nobody over there. There's also somebody that's speaking out about him that he had a lot of relationships that it seems that were just business to him. But these people don't know that. These people thought they were close, but for him, these were just business. This is industry people. I wonder what kind of person he was personally, because from where I'm sitting, he seemed to have a very good ability to compartmentalize, like be a part of the industry, have everybody think that you one of the bros, but then go home and just be so overwhelmed with having to deal with these people. And it's not like you hate them. It just seems like he was probably a little bit more thoughtful. I know he had gotten a degree, so intellectual, a thinker, if nothing else. I think he felt smart about himself. I feel like he prided himself on making smart decisions. And again, I keep going back to him eventually seeing himself segueing out of music and getting into business. And that could have something to do with him working at a label that came from business but got into music. So I think he observed a lot and then made a lot of plans for himself based on how he navigated the industry. But I'm just going to say, I think at least one of the several people that are publicly mourning him, whether they knew it or not, he didn't really like them. It could be all of it. To be honest, I think he really liked Travis Scott. Something about Drake and Sexy Red, though, are weird. And it could because it seems like Drake was also an assembler in Sexy Red's manufacturing. He's a Virgo. That tracks. I think he feel like he made Sexy Red. He made Sexy Red. This is a woman, she's wearing red, but this is an earth sign card. Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus. I feel like he made her. Doesn't matter how much money and PR the industry put behind her. It's the beats, it's the music itself that made people overlook certain things that she said and did. And I think he's right. It's a little bit too much power for him to have over a label, though. I also hope you didn't get all inspired and gassed up watching Drake go after his label, because take heed. I'm finna fuck these niggas up, but Drake is Jewish. You is not. Nevertheless. Crowning you, take heed. I don't think you thought this one through. Also crowning you, this lawsuit was, in my opinion, this lawsuit was never going to see a successful culmination. Somebody, in my opinion, was determined to make sure this lawsuit did not make it further. Why? Discovery. Drake going after his label inspired some of these artists, but it also had the labels on the other side shook, because now they got to hide stuff, tuck stuff, and find ways to do business the fraudulent way they've been doing it, and make sure if they get sued, it won't come out in discovery. I'm sure UMG almost got destroyed from Drake throwing up botting. Why? Because the industry exists on it now. The industry exists on it. Everybody, everybody has a bot. Normal people are not consuming music like that for these people to be getting the accolades that they're just not. I live in the real world. They're not. They're not. They're not. Everywhere I go, nobody's listening to any of this shit. They're listening to stuff that came out in another time. So Drake knew what he was doing with calling them out for botting, because he knows that they're not going. It's almost like they were playing chicken with each other. So, this label didn't want this young man to bring him up on that, because it would have given the courts too much information, and that means giving the blogs and the people and the fans who follow this kind of stuff too much tea. It would have destroyed Sexy Red, or the label of somebody who's all the hood niggas homegirls. Because if he had a really took them through it and seen it go through all the way, then he would have won, because it would have showed his participation, the role that he played in constructing Sexy Red. And I don't know if they have that kind of money to pay him, because he did make her. He did make her. And they owe him. But the reason you don't pay somebody is typically because you don't have it to pay out. Probably had to pay their investors back first. I don't know how long they've been a label, but these people didn't want to be tied up in a legal battle with Tay Keith. For one, he has the money to go to court with them. Two, they don't want the courts all up in their paperwork and documents. Looks like he was iced out. It's Seven of Swords in reverse. I feel like people close to him that are also celebrities know what's up. They know. But they also know what it looks like when somebody might have gotten eliminated, and they know how to act. This feels like the people that were involved with this. This feels like Drake and Sexy Red, to be honest. If Travis Scott says something, for some reason, I don't know why, but I keep going back to him in my mind as genuine. Like he don't have nothing to do with this stuff over here. Six of Cups. This is his family asking for a wellness check. They're also asking for, they're grieving. Um, but it was his family that asked for the wellness check. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody in his family, doesn't have to be all, somebody in his family has suspicions about the label. And I'm wondering what made them want to do the wellness check. This feels like Angie Stone's family. They may never come out and voice their opinions or concerns or theories outwardly, because industry people know better. Even if they don't like it, not everybody is young and rebellious and wants to go to the internet and explain it, because for what? This has been going on forever and ever and ever. Feels like somebody in the family has some suspicions or concerns, and that could be why the wellness check was asked for. Not sure why they asked for it, but hopes and fears for Tay Keith. In my opinion, this feels so. I don't think he has a personal issue with Sexy Red, rather than everybody associated with the making, the construction of Sexy Red, because everybody knows what went down. Everybody knows that everybody had a part to play in manufacturing and pushing Sexy Red. They all know what it is. And no, he's not mad at everybody because everybody can't pay him. I feel like this Five of Wands in reverse and the hopes and fears is making sure that Sexy Red doesn't have to compete with her peers, and also bypasses controversy from the Black community. That is what, in my opinion, he was aware of, or his role was, bypassing the need to compete with Glorilla, Cardi, Megan. You notice, because of Sexy Red's brand as everybody's hood favorite homegirl, nobody's expect, and the music she makes, nobody takes it seriously enough for her to be seen as a competitive female rapper. That works for her. That works for her, because she don't got to get out there and actually compete or show any skill. She can't be taken out by any of her more talented female rapper peers. All she needs is to make sure that she has catchy songs and catchy beats, and that there's always a male rapper or celebrity, male or white ones. And I don't know why we give people so much clout when the white audience embraces them, because what more would they love than to bring you on their talk show or morning show and broadcast to the entire international world market? This is what we celebrate over here in the US. Nevertheless, all she needs is Tay Keith, fuck these niggas up, and a Drake cosign, any one of the guys, or now she's in the white people stuff. So she can go straight from being degrading straight to who y'all love, down to the White House, to the white people in respect. I don't know, down to somebody politician house, and y'all will be, yes, see, sexy for president, sexy for everybody. It's just fun. Now, when have you ever heard a white person say, no, I want a strong Black man and woman, the dark skinned kind with curly, nappy hair, on my show to be a representation for the Black community? And I want them to be well educated too, because I am going to be the voice of the Negroes. When? So, yes, they would love to have a bow moment with Sexy Red on national TV. Outcome. The outcome of his passing is this queen. She's in reverse on both angles. Now, I do think this is Sexy Red, but not directly. I think it's the Sexy Red and Co. They said they not paying. That's challenging him. And they said you ain't suing either. And that's his outcome. This is a man. I'm asking about his death. His outcome is the Queen of Swords in reverse. And we started with these swords of litigation, and we ended with Sexy Red. Now, that might be a problem for you, Sexy Red, because your energy has blood on it. Not saying because you did anything, but this situation is because you're the product. And from the other side, this man ain't gonna let none of y'all, not saying that he knows how to, because I just heard I don't know how to do that yet. He said yet. Although, sexy, I think that this may fuck you up too a little bit. Everybody's scared. Everybody is scary as fuck. So, outcome, this lawsuit, it just died with the accuser. His mama. Is this his mama or his baby mama? Silent. Don't want to say what they really think. Mama. She don't want to say what she really think. Now, I do think that they're asking for people to not, but I don't think it's due to grief. I think it's because they don't want things to get messier. They don't want to stir the pot with these people. Something though, plotting and planning. The mama. I'll see what comes out later. Queen of Swords in reverse for your outcome. Take Keith. I am thirsty. Sexy Red, what are you going to do without your producer? Did he produce all of your songs or the majority of it? He did the bulk of producing you as a musician. Like the production, the helping bring the song together. He is the bulk of your celebrity outside of the clout that they can just, PR attach to you. But building Sexy Red's music, because you have to, the product is female rapper. So you have to have music. That's where he comes in at. It's the same way like with Cardi. He single-handedly is responsible for Sexy Red. Tay Keith is Sexy Red, in my opinion. And in that lawsuit, things would have come out that would have exposed the inner workings of labels and how they manufacture artists. Whether the people were able to see that's what we were being shown, that's exactly what we would have been able to see. And we actually have been shown that before, but everybody misses it because not everybody is on to the mechanics of business, especially when it comes to music. They've sold the lie that it's all just fun and entertainment. So people think everything is random, coincidence. These artists are doing what they want, saying what they want, all of that stuff. Everybody's friends. Think about your workplace and your friendships with your coworkers. Do they only exist at work and then y'all ain't friends after y'all clock out? Oh, oh. Unfortunately, this young man will not obviously be around to continue to pursue this lawsuit, but I think Sexy Red is concerned about how she's going to continue making the kind of music that people like from her when it was all one producer. So you need this producer to continue being Sexy Red so that the Sexy Red that they made us like, because it was only the music. Y'all had to give a good catchy beat with her to get the people to turn off their left brain, because their left brain was seeing what her image and her brand was, and it wasn't going. Now y'all have to find another sound or find somebody else that can pick up where Tate Keith left off with the sound, because the moment people fall off of that vibration with her, she's done for. I also wouldn't be surprised if somebody comes out and tries to say something, tries to expose or spill something surrounding the lawsuit, someone attached to it. Somebody is looking, somebody besides us here is looking at, and I don't see foul play yet either. I will say, though, that toxicology report might need, I wouldn't trust it, but somebody else close to this situation feels the way Sissy feels. Somebody close to this situation feels like it has something, his passing had something to do with him suing the label. And they could come out and say something. And if they don't, somebody close to him feels very strongly about that. Sexy Red was a product. His hopes and fears about his job and helping her bypass certain things so that they can navigate her straight to the top. When she first came out, she was almost a goner because she was too fast and flipped, too raunchy, and too aggressive with it. But listen, these people put a lot of money into her. They were going to get that back. And this isn't Take Keith's hopes and fears because he's a producer, not an artist. So producers are aware of this type of role in manufacturing an artist or a successful artist. You can take an already, known artist that might not be successful, put them through this same manufacturing process, and then you have an A-list artist. Near future. That's what made me think about the toxicology report. Something about his passing isn't going to be truthful, in my opinion. Can I prove that? No. Are you guys going to be able to come back and say, Adina told us that? Maybe not yet, anytime soon. But I'm saying, I see something in that toxicology report, something in the autopsy is going to be checked off by the coroner, but it shouldn't be. Overlooked by the coroner, but it shouldn't be. Feels like something that has to do with toxicology too, some kind of chemical. So many people around this situation are thinking about that lawsuit. I see why it came up, because even people close to him are looking at that label funny. His cousin, his family, siblings, somebody. Ooh. Yeah, the family wants that autopsy report first before they get all up in arms to see what's said or not said. They want to get it so that they can see what them people gonna say, so that they can figure out what they need to do next. Are the people gonna lie, or are they gonna say something that makes sense? There is someone I don't trust. I'm going to say that he's Canadian. Not saying he has anything to do with this. Now, I don't know if this is the label and Drake, or the label kind of having conversation about Drake's situation and using that to help them navigate this one. Artists are sacrificed who try to sue all the time. Drake did too, knowing though that nothing would happen to him. So below, contract not put on. Okay. All right. Tay Keith, did you pass away naturally? I would like to see a pentacle in reverse for that, because that represents something natural decaying. But was your passing something natural to your body? It was a judgment. It was a decision. A call was made from the higher ups, and then all parties, all zombies that work for these people, soulless people, they got into place. Everybody had a part to play. You don't pull off passings that look innocent, without having parties in play. The medical participants, the coroners, things like that. You need all of these people in play when the call comes for a sacrifice, the cross. Ace of Pentacles behind this call. He was looking for his money. And they said, not today or tomorrow. It's an executive that made the decision, in my opinion. So it could be the CEO of the company, whoever it was somebody that is in music and is either a record label, an executive, a higher up somewhere in music. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. I said that too, Sissy Barbie. I sure did, because I read that young man. Somebody asked me to read that young man, and I read that young man because he was my cousin's probation person. My cousin was his probation officer, and she had very endearing things to say about him. Um, as a matter of fact, she empathized with him because she said he had a hard life. Um, and she was one of them parole officers who she understand the struggles of being black, especially in South Florida. And if you grew up the way he did in foster care and stuff like that, then, all of those things you take into an account. At least she did. So she would do a lot to try to, work with him, encourage him, things like that. She said he was a sweet boy who had a hard life. All right, rest. I don't like to say rest. These people don't be resting. I ain't talked to one dead person who was laid back chilling. Them ones don't be bothered with us. They be somewhere so far off into the universe we can call them and they be like, bitch, y'all got other people down there to deal with that down there. I'm not with that no more. I'm not on that no more. That's how I'ma be. I'ma give y'all a good generation to invoke me. A whole generation can invoke me in my presence and I will come. After that, though, bitch, do not. Going on now. This me mushing y'all. Going on now. I will curse thee if you call me after that generation. I will smite thee. Y'all be done gave me weed on y'all altars, and I'm knocking all of that shit down, including the pictures of your grandmama, because I told you, don't call me after a certain time. I can't wait to be a no, I can't wait. I gotta stop saying I can't wait to be a mean ancestor, because I can. But baby, when I tell y'all I'm gonna be so bougie, but then I'm gonna tell y'all I got a whole generation, because I need to help raise up some more in the ways that they should go. But after that, y'all don't need me no more, because I gave y'all a generation for the next set. Okay, the next set of messengers, of oracles, of angels, the next set of Jesuses. After that, bitch, you is on your own. You better call Keisha or somebody. Call Cleo. Uh-uh. Mm-mm. You get one generation after death for me to deal with the ghetto, and then I'm out to the suburbs of the universe. Mm-mm. You know what, sissy? I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it at all. I listen, don't go before me, but if you do, I got you, sis. A nasty old 30-inch bust down. Yes, God. Mm-hmm. And I go out of my way to get you a signed Nicki Minaj something. I'ma just ask her to come to your funeral and sign your boob like she used to do back in the days for old time's sake. Do it for sissy Nicki, or I will curse thee. And if you thought Cardi B put her hands on you, you ain't seen a bitch like me. Sign her dead titty, Nicki. And then you can go on about your business, but sign her dead titty. Yes, I listen, sissy. I got you. Don't go before me though. I'm older than you, but I got you. Mm-hmm. Like those little TikToks where they be like, "Hey, my husband has his such and such he wants to show you, and you better be nice. Come on, babe, show him." That's how I'm gonna be with Nikki. Fingers to the back of her dome. Son or titty. It's sissy. S-I-S-I. Now sign it. Now kiss it. Kiss her titty. Yeah. 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 You like that, don't you, sissy? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Manana. Thank you, girl. Woo. Ooh, now that we got out of the way. Ooh, these people might as well just do what I say and treat my busted babies good, and everybody is safe with me. You all right with me if you all right with the busted babies, but she gonna have to sign it and kiss it, and then she can go on play with Papa Bear somewhere, but not till you sign Sissy Dead Titty. You said Meg was lying on her dead mama, and you can kiss and sign Dead Titty. It's all the same, bitch. Do it. God, child, the way I'm gonna have to kidnap a A-list celebrity political MAGA Barbie just for your funeral. Please make sure you don't go before me, because I ain't got time to catch no charge fooling around with a Trump MAGA Barbie queen of rap. Girl, I feel like they give good time for messing with Nicki Minaj now. Mm-mm. 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 I don't want to curse Nicki Minaj and have all the Barbs mad at me because I went to war behind a Barb. Because y'all would do that. The Barbs would crucify me if they found out that I cursed Nicki Minaj because she didn't sign Sissy's dead titty. The irony of that. But y'all just be so crazy over Nicki that you turn on me, kidnapping her and forcing her to do it. You turn on me for loving y'all. Mm. Sissy would haunt me from her grave. Dina, you didn't have to take it that far. You didn't have to curse her. And I'm just, bitch, but it was for you. She said she don't sign dead titties. I said, bitches, yes, you do. She said, no, I don't. And I said, that's it. That's it. And now you want to haunt me because I done pistol whipped the Barbie for not signing your dead ass titty. Child. Barbs are delusional like that, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All right, y'all ready to? Sammy is cackling. All right, y'all ready to talk about Clive, child? I don't know where we going with this. That man was old as fuck. I know ain't no conspiracy. That man was old as shit. I do listen. I just observe people. I just be observing, and y'all would gag at first until I had to, because she wouldn't kiss it. Like she can't stop at just signing it. And something tells me she'd be freaked out if I asked her to bend down in your casket and kiss your cleavage. But you gotta do it. You gotta do it for Sissy. You have to do it. And at this point, if you don't want to do it for Sissy, do it for your motherfucking self. Let me stop for the SWAT team be at my door, because y'all listen. You gotta kiss the bit. You gotta kiss the dead titty, dog. I'm for real, dog. Hey, you said you was a swoop, wasn't it? You said you was a gang gang, ain't it? Kiss the titty, dog. You said you used to like bitches. You can't take that shit back now. Kiss that motherfucking dead titty. And they big, so it ain't like she gotta go deep into the casket. Like she ain't gotta lay in there with you. I'ma even help push them up a little bit more. Like, girl, it's right there. Just real quick and go. But make sure my girl comes back gagging in her next body. Okay, don't do her like that. She has to be gagging that Nicki Minaj kiss her dead titty. I mean, Sissy wouldn't have it no other way. And I would see to it. Yep. All right. Clive, how old was he? Clive Davis. He was born in Brooklyn. No wonder he lasted so long. He was the mob. He was an old Brooklyn man. He knew how to swindle even death a couple times. Probably had death in a 360. 94, that's how old my granddaddy was when my mama pulled his tooth and he took his last breath. I bet you he had death in a 360. That's why he lived so long. Mm. But he was getting his healthy daily dose of dick. And as a woman, well, I know that helps keep life in our bodies. I mean, that mean I should be passing shortly because I ain't had none in so long, but I always relate to gay men. I understand. I don't know how y'all know why we know what we know, but nevertheless, once you know, you don't unknow, and I be understanding. And I want to live a good long life so I can get dick down in my elderly ages too. The fuck? I hope somebody's sending me to Pound Town when I take my last breath. I sure hope so. Only problem is I'm probably on top. Oh well. Anyways, 94. Okay, well, That's a good long life. That's some may think he didn't deserve to live, but we're not the judge of that. He lived it. That means that's what nature decided for him. I just think he had death in a 360, and death finally fulfilled their contract to him. And then that's when death kind of, it was just, oh, bitch, I couldn't wait to get out this 360 to come get your ass. Mm-hmm. You made me get everybody who I didn't want to get before you. I couldn't wait till this contract was up so I could come snatch your ass. Only thing I wish is that I didn't read the fine print where you said you was gonna live to 94. Mm. All right. Clive Davis is a Grammy winning record producer, executive, and lawyer. Okay. Who has shaped the music industry for decades. So not only can he produce your song, he can sign you and draw up the contract himself. Bitch, no wonder. No wonder. The business side of me, low-key, is standing like, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I become that? All three of that's. But then I don't have the heart to enslave people and then whack them when they don't want to do what I tell them to do. I just let a bitch go. Okay. He signed Carlos Santana, Janis Joplin. Well, that's one that they thought, I don't know if they thought Clive did it, but they sure thought somebody in the industry did it. He founded Arista Records. That's who Janet was signed to. And of course, he signed Whitney Houston, Barry Manilow. His cause of death is revealed. The man was 94. I'm sure it's going to say old age. What if it says orgasm? What if it says, never mind. Never mind, you guys. All right. Let me see. What is this saying about his cause? Okay, basically old age. It said he passed away peacefully from age-related illness. Weeks ago, he had an upper respiratory infection, which was just his body starting to shut the fuck down. All right, well, let's talk to Clive and see what he has to say now that he has stepped over or is in the process of stepping over. I used to wouldn't read people this soon into their death. I used to say I like to wait a year after they pass. Then I like to wait 72 hours because that's what my spirits told me is the time that it takes for the death process to fully cycle through. So I don't know what I'm going to be able to pull from him right now, but whatever part of him we can speak to, we'll just grab it. We'll just grab whatever part we can grab from the ethers right now because his parts are probably just in the air somewhere. All right. Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirits, the soul. Oh, get the dead people bell. Oh, excuse me for flashing you my butt, but you guys have seen. You guys have seen worse and better somewhere else, so don't be alarmed. All right. Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and collective energy of Clive Davis. Clive Davis. Clive Davis, Spirit Clive Davis, who passed away today or yesterday. They might have just announced it today. Spirit, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and collective energy of Clive Davis. Clive! How does it feel to no longer be alive? Clive, talk to me about your life and your death experience. As a matter of fact, Spirit, please allow me to speak to the spirit, soul, and collective energy of Clive Davis if he can. If he cannot, then allow me to grab a particle from him so that I can see into a part of his life that was never taught or told. I may have to ask specific questions from Clive, but I'll see what it looks like when I pull some cards related to his energy. Spirit, if I were able to speak to Clive Davis, even though he passed away today, what's going on in his current energy, his mind, his spirit, his soul, where he at, where he going on the other side? What awaits him in death? Did he have a peaceful death? Did he die with any regrets in life? Did he die feeling loved and successful and accomplished? Well, he's dying. He's dead. Presently. He's leaving the earth realm. Ironically, not all the way out yet. I see some ancestors in this card. Some that look like human, some that don't look quite so human. They look more like animals. He is passing somewhere in the earth realm. So in my mind, the man is dying still. Because for me, in the work that I do and the things that I've seen, it takes 72 hours. Because it's like unplugging a computer and the systems, all the systems running in the computer, all the programs, all the apps, all of that has to shut down and store the most current data. That is what is happening. It's kind of like his computer is shutting down and another part of him, the superconscious part of him is recalling data and storing data. Ironically, I see a lot of recalling data in this process for him. Hence where some of the ancestors come in at. In my mind, he's in a place of seeing who he is, how nature sees him, not who he built himself up to be in the world. All the articles speak of him as a music titan. He is being shown who he is according to nature. Challenge. 10 of Cups. This is the world still standing and being celebrated. So the issue, the challenge is how he will be celebrated without all of the horror stories coming out. Obviously, they would like to keep his legacy as an upstanding music titan who signed many of the greats. Um, but the challenge will be maintaining a crystal clear and upstanding public image with the people now that he's not in a position anymore to control the narrative. So, in my mind, people around him are concerned about what kind of stories spill out from Hollywood. In my opinion, this man was the they that a lot of celebrities talked about. This man was the they, not the only they, but when they talk about they in the industry in a very cryptic way, he was the they. He was one of the days. In my opinion, he was spoken out about or by some people or celebrities who are no longer alive. Some people or celebrities who are no longer alive saw him as a threat, in my opinion, and as a boogeyman, and rightfully so, in my opinion. When they speak about the Illuminati in the industry, offing people allegedly, in my opinion, he was one of them. You said MJ? In his past, there was a great that he signed that took a definite stand against him. If if Whitney took a stand against him, then it would be her because she was the last. And this is a fire sign card, and she was a Leo. And they stood on that stage and performed and had that Grammy party while she was dying. This is Whitney. And even when I started this live, I mentioned her. I said that Whitney was, I think, the last one that he physically orchestrated, that he was heavily involved in. Not saying that he wasn't a shot caller from the top, but I think after Whitney, in some ways of him getting his hands a little bit more active, he might have retired a little bit from that because something about Whitney took something out of him. Oh, she was a Sag, then it's Angie. However, so this would be Angie. She was the last one, but something about Whitney took something out of him. Even though that was supposed to take out of her the carrying on of that party, the having Jennifer Hudson hoot and holler so that she could harness, took something out of him though. So yes, this would be Angie Stone. And in my opinion, he was her boogeyman. You know, when you're in Whitney's position, I imagine one of the last things you're concerned about is revenge. So especially for something that took place in a lifetime where you absolutely served your purpose. Whitney did exactly what she came to do. Anything else that she did after the impact she made was a side quest and a human experience. But she did exactly what she was supposed to do. Phyllis Hyman, I could see that. I could see her being a little angry. But then again, she seems like another one who wouldn't want revenge. She's been passed away so long. Clive would probably be the last person she'd want to see. She probably wouldn't want to be caught up with no man like that in the afterlife, so that that experience has to follow her into her next life. I imagine Phyllis went to the opposite side of music in heaven. I imagine she went to where it ain't no music. I don't know. Now that makes sense, Tyjan, for Bobby Christina. But what's the point of getting back in if Clive can't get back in? Not everybody goes through the will of nature because not every being is according to natural order. Some of them get stuck in the inner crust of the earth, in my opinion. That's where they want you to think hell is, but it's molten lava and rock and earth crust. But that's just my opinion. All right. Future, Clive. Future position. Four of Pentacles. This is Angie Stone. Now, I read Angie Stone too, and I said I would not, even though I love her song, I Wish I Didn't Miss You Anymore. It's my favorite Angie Stone song and the only one that I've ever really cared for. Um, I said that I wasn't going to listen to it because when I read her, I knew I don't want to make them money. I don't want to make these people money. Somebody passes away and then boom, the music skyrockets. And that person who actually was fighting to get paid from their music, they get bigger after they die. And the people who they were fighting for their money keeps the fucking money. So, past position, Angie or Whitney. But in my opinion, Angie, because Angie was fighting him for money. Whitney wanted to be done. She wanted to rebrand and not be doing the bullshit he wanted her to do. And she probably wanted to retire, which is why she and her daughter had to go. Because you can't let Whitney Houston retire with that money, not working with somebody like Clive. So this would be Angie Stone, the last one that he took out before he left himself. And this would be the result of what he did or why he did. She was fighting because of money and his past position, and then he kept it immediately after her passing. Now, this seems to be a norm with him. It's only calling out Angie Stone because she was the most recent. Ironically, this is coming up in his reading. Anything from this man's 94 years could have come up. So who is snitching here? Because I'm not talking to Clive. Instead, I'm just getting guidance, I suppose. I'm just, this is all oracle. But this isn't necromancy because I'm not talking to this man. I'm seeing this man, though. You know what I like about dead people? This one ain't got no man. Their energy feels like, you know, when you go to a fair or an arcade or a concert and they're blowing that fog mist stuff and you walk through it and it's really cold, cool or cold. That's what dead people feel like. They feel like that cool, cold, misty, foggy mist. It's more like a mist. Fog is much more thin. Mist, you know, that can leave drips on you and stuff. They feel like a mist, not a fog. The dead feels like that cold arcade or concert or whatever place. Clubs blow it too because I got doused with that mist at the club this weekend at the lounge. So that's what the dead feel like to me. a king of the industry, but definitely one who did not play the radio. I imagine people will start talking about Clive, not only to talk about the conspiracies, but also to memorialize him. One of the things that come up will be his status in the industry. They'll use the word Titan, King, you know, and according to industry standards, he is very much that. He founded Arista Records. He signed almost every he signed legends. He made legends and or he signed legends. I won't say he made them, but he did give them the resources to become legends. And one thing that he knew how to do was legend stuff. He knew how to make a legend. So I'll give him that. That's some of the things that people will be talking about. But in the midst of that, you'll hear conversations about Angie Stone. You'll hear the conspiracies as well. I'll say that about artists that got knocked off for whatever reason, and then their catalog, their money was kept, and they became more famous after death at a time where the only people who would stand to benefit from that is the label. This is a tale that is norm in the industry, which is why I don't understand why these people sign up for it. But that's where the selling of your soul comes in at, because I guess it's easier in doses. It's easier to trick yourself out, sell pieces of yourself when you don't have to, it don't feel like you making the full payment up front. You get that advance, and the little things that they start asking you to do don't feel so bad, and you honestly don't see what everybody was talking about, and you think that those other celebrities might have been unreasonable until 10 years in, you're at the top. But you also look around and find out that you sold so much of yourself that you're ashamed of who you become. So ashamed of who you become, then that's all you can become. Because there's too much guilt and shame attached to the thoughts you have of the person you used to be. You start feeling guilty and shame. So you fully allow yourself to accept the version of the monster, the fame monster that you've become, because you never even realized that you were selling little pieces of yourself. It didn't seem so bad until one day you realize that you are gone. That's how it works. That's why they all sign up for it thinking that they're going to be different or smarter than somebody else. And the thing is, the industry acknowledges you a mile away. They notice that you'd rather be famous more than you would rather be smart, because you might absolutely be right to go in there and try to be strategic based on the history that you know, but the fact that you go in there anyways, playing the game, hoping that you're smarter so that you can get all the fame and the glory and the money without having to sell your soul. They all know that you all think you're smart, but you all are still desperate because you come running, each with a different strategy on how to beat the devil, and all of you not beating the devil, just becoming one. You all just become the devil. And then the devil continues to shapeshift. You get rid of one, but there's already several more. They don't have to be exploited, but it's a choice. What do you want? What do you want? Do you want to create art and share it with people who want to hear from you? Even if that's 1,000 people. I did. I made 6 mixtapes and maybe 5 full albums. Maybe 1,000 songs that I'll never release because I'm just over that phase. Never My royalties look like 20 bucks, if that sometimes. Never fully put myself out there, never really performed, never really pushed myself. I just wanted to create because it was in me to do so. And then when somebody, Sammy actually recently asked me to make another rap album. And I thought about it, but I think I'm really done. I just don't have anything else to express in that way. I still express, but in this way now. So I've evolved. But the question is, what do you want, Tyjon? Because your talents are only exploited if you put yourself in the position to need these people. And that means you want the machine. If you do business with them, you don't want to just share your music. You don't just want to utilize your God given talents. You want to see your talents reach people in countries where your feet can't. You want to see your name in lights. You want to hear people singing your words. Most importantly, you want to be rich. And the industry will ask the same thing. They'll ask you before you sign, what do you want? What do you want from your career? What do you want from your music? What do you want from your art? They'll have this same conversation. Do you just want to make music just for the sake of loving music? You can do that. They'll do it. They'll sign you and let you do all of the tiny desks you want, the intimate lounge settings, the festivals, all of that stuff where you can engage your core audience. They don't have to put too much into you. So square biz, honestly. But you don't get the full push from the machine. If you want, if you want that, then you put yourself in the position to be exploited. Because you never know what can happen just using your God given talents and being a vessel. You can still probably get there. But people don't believe it. They don't trust in their own capabilities, and rightfully so, because they see how the world has been rigged. So you almost have to play. You have to sell your soul a little bit just to live. We get it, but it's always still a choice. At the end of the day, it's all a choice. So that's where I come in as very unbiased. Even when I read these things, and I said earlier, I look at things different. The people that most people call evil in the world, I think that evil exists because good exists, and everything in nature has a polarity. It doesn't mean that evil has to be an active, menacing monster in the world. Evil can be sitting right there, and we don't have to touch it. We don't have to eat its fruit. We can just leave it alone and not engage in it. But we do, and we know we do. So nobody's in the music industry. These artists aren't victims. And they've exploited themselves. They exploit their God given talents to be a part of a machine that doesn't care about God given talents. So, again, what you want. Yep, every industry, including mine. Spirituality has become an industry once people realize how gullible humans are. And you don't have to put spells on people in spirituality to manipulate them, because religion did that already. It conditioned everybody to be very gullible when it came to things of spirituality, because it primed you to act off of faith, things that can't be proven. I'm the complete opposite, because the minute I do readings and they stop being accurate, then I stop doing readings. The minute I start doing woo, and I can't move mountains, I can't heal the sick, I can't help deliver the oppressed, then I stop doing woo. But there are times when I look around and I thought, if all I had, if I played the game, even in spirituality, because it's a game to play. I've said before, I know how to make myself like a top rated social media celebrity reader and witch or whatever. Do I look like I want to impress a bitch? No. You have to impress me. I'm the main character everywhere I go. It will always be that way. I don't care who you are. Ask around. I've turned down some people and looked at them like they were peasants. Some of the same people that others worship. I will look at you very peasantly. We're not fucked. We're not fucked. We're not fucked if you change your perspective on life. Change your perspective on life, what it means to live, and what your purpose is. If you're still caught up in the idea of being inside the matrix and having to find, it's like we exist inside of it, but the way I see it, I my life isn't way better off than others. We're all going through trying times. But can I say that I don't relate to a lot of things that people feel today? Like I don't feel that life is fucked. I don't feel like the world is fucked because I intentionally live parallel to it. So I know the matrix is there. It's like AI. I don't support people relying on AI because I don't support AI doing a destiny swap with humans. But is there a use for it? Do I use AI in my business sometimes to help streamline processes? Yes. So the matrix exists. We work in it, we pay taxes to it, we eat it, we have to consume it. But I'm very intentional about how I play chess with the matrix. It has to be fair, it has to be on my terms, or I will go and I will create another reality, even if it's inside of this matrix and adorned. Take this with you. As a human, you have the ability to create a reality. That's why I say we're not fucked. We are not fucked. So many things has happened in politics in the past 2 years, and my clientele has increased as the things that go on in the world has increased. And you know what else is funny? Now my clientele from those who came due to being fearful of what's going on in the world has decreased. Why? Because they good. They went from being afraid and feeling like we're fucked to now they live like me. And if they have a problem, they just, hey, what ceremony can we do to X, Y, and Z? And then we just do it, and then it works out. And then if another issue pops up, we get on it. We just, hey, how you handle what we got to do to make this? What we got to do to get this? What we got to do to get this? My boss been doing this. I want a promotion. I don't want them talking to me. Da-da-da-da-da-da. My neighbors, da-da-da-da-da-da. They firing people on this job. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And everybody's good. So there are resources and tools to live. We are never going to be abandoned. But it all depends on what you want. Depends on what you want. Do you want the world to be easier to live in? Meaning somebody else has to do that for you. Or do you want to be well equipped to navigate this bitch no matter what it does? Do you want to be well equipped to get through life as if you're unmovable and unshakable no matter what they do? That, in my opinion, is the best perspective to have because we've been praying on salvation and change, but that is in the hands of somebody else. Somebody else will have to save you. The world is run by a very, very selected few, rich and powerful. They're the ones that are building the jobs that we work at, and they take them away. Render, render to Caesar what is Caesar's, but what is ours, you don't touch that. Yes, know the world, but don't be consumed by it. Live in it, but don't be consumed by it. It's all a simulation, and you're holding a controller too. So control that bitch. You can see what they're doing, and then you can counter that. I raise you 500. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. And while the world has seen some of its darkest times, I have seen my brightest. But when the world is usually collectively feeling at ease, is when I'm going through. I swear. So now it's like when I see the world doing one thing and saying we good, we safe, I know. Let me go start some trouble somewhere because there's something to brew. But when the world is freaking out, that's when I kick my motherfucking feet up because I'm right where I'm supposed to be. Anytime I'm moving in the opposite direction from the herd, then I'm right where I'm supposed to be. And it took me 38 years to learn how to alchemize everything. But baby, seeing what stress and anxiety has done to my body and having every medical professional, including my own body, telling me stress will kill you. Not no curses, not no haters. Stress is going to take you out if you don't get it together. So I can't literally afford to be fearful and afraid at every headline and every fuck up that an unqualified, wealthy idiot makes out in the world. But I know that I am a part of nature and I know what nature can do. It grows, it creates things. You know, there can be a barren spot of land, and then the next season, there could be a new plant that's planted there, and we may not know how. Seeds come in, fly in from birds and wind all over the place. But nature dies and then it creates. And then we come in and we build shit and then it adjusts, it adapts. It'll grow around our structures if it has to. But it don't stop, won't stop. It'll still be here when our structures are gone. And so will we. We keep coming back, just like the seasons, just like the trees, just like the grass. It dies and come back. If you know that, then you have to know that if you can see traces of nature in your human biology, then there's a connection. And if they haven't been successful in destroying the world because it regenerates and it creates, we don't even know all the realities, all the realms that exist, but they exist. And they continue to keep existing because humans continue to imagine them. So never fear. Not saying we don't have reason to be stressed the fuck out, but fear, we don't operate in that because that's when you get consumed and you lose your ability to see clear into another reality and then create that rip in this current matrix. And all you need is a rip and then stick your foot in. Just just like a wound. Come out that bitch. All you need is to create a tear in the matrix for you to dilate and be labored into a new world. But you got to create it because they're creating one for you. So raise them 10. If you don't know how to do that, that's the fuck why I'm here. I will help give you your tools. I don't know how long you would work with me. Not just speaking to you, Adorn, but anybody. But for somebody out there, they think, well, how you do that? How you create your, if you don't know how to do that, then work with me. After a while, I take the training wheels off, and then I don't expect you to need to call me for everything or need to book a consultation for everything or need a ritual for everything because eventually you start learning how to make some shit shake for yourself. All right. That was a lesson on the industry and how, in my opinion, you can avoid pitfalls is to know what you want. And if you want to be a part of the machine, then you have to go in prepared to give something away. And that's okay. It's just, what do you want? And then after you know what you want, then you figure out what it takes to get what you want, and then determines if you have it to give. It's okay if you want the lights, but then you have to become a part of the beast. And that's okay if you want to be that. Just know what you want and then do it. Because I don't judge beasts for being beasts. That's what the fuck they're supposed to be. I do judge, though, a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm blessed to have you adored. I'm blessed. I'm more blessed than y'all think y'all are for me. I can have all of this insight or be a good little teapot for spirit to pour stuff into. But without you all, I talk to myself. And that's why I get all these personalities from, because I got to create a new reality to receive the wisdom that I be trying to tell myself. So thank you. I haven't had to create a new alter ego since Beyond the Veil with Adina. I found one that works. This was the last one. We had Adina the artist, Wealth with Adina. That's real estate. I still have that. Beyond the Veil with Adina. And then you just got Adina. But Adina the artist is gone. She died. So you got to say goodbye to her. Wealth with Adina thrives on. She lives. She has a closing coming up. Beyond the Veil with Adina is the reason Adina the artist died. Because I don't need all of those versions of me to reflect all the things that I'm trying to teach. It's like I had to create versions of myself just to be able to hold or harness everything spirit was pouring into me. And that's how I found my way on YouTube, because it was the overflow. It was the overstock.com. I just had so much overstock. And then you guys came and was checking my stock out and was like, "Ooh, I like that. Okay." And that's how we ended up here today. So this relationship is two-way. You guys are appreciative for me, and I needed y'all too. So that I don't talk to myself as much as I can. And then I'll be labeled crazy. Because I'm telling you, I talk to myself. And not just, Adina, what are you gonna eat? No, bitch. Like, so I love y'all too, in short. All right, y'all. Enough of this tenderness. Y'all start getting too tender with me, and I feel like it's a setup. I feel like y'all trying to betray me. Okay. Crowning Clive. Page of Wands. A little bit of dick every now and then. A little bit of dick every now and then. Because this man lived the majority of his life as a straight man. I imagine he was down low for a long time. In my opinion, do he like black men? Did he have a black tenderoni? I know he had a little boy toy at some point after he came out. I think he liked dick. I think he liked it. See, it ain't that it had to be black. Shit. If he had Andre Harrell and Diddy. Okay, yeah. See, I'm with you when you're right, Clive. I'm with you when you're right. Okay. Don't they adorned? Yes, they do. Now, I hate that y'all even know what the experience of a black penis is like, because it's not for y'all. It's for us. It's for me, bitch. Is that why I don't have a man? Because of Clive? Maybe now I'll get a man because Clive ain't hot. I'm just kidding. But no, a little bit of dick every now and then. This what was on his mind, a little dick every now and then. That's why he loved the girls, you know, the Whitneys, the yes, he loved the big divas with the big feminine energy. Cause he had big feminine energy. Wasn't he a cross dresser? Or was that a rumor? Something I just see in my eyes though. I see lipstick, wig, heels, the whole nine. Y'all know it's a movie that I've referenced before in a reading. Y'all won't remember the reading where I referenced this, but you might remember me referencing this movie, Silence of the Lamb. Because you know, the serial killer in there was a cross dresser. And that one scene when they show him in his boudoir, honey, no, Silence of the Lambs, when they show him in his boudoir in that dress and that wig and he was doing that little shimmy, man, hold on, I'm finna get it. I'm finna get it to you. I'm finna give it to you like you ain't never getting it, got it before. See, Clive, see, this is where I hate this part of the reading because we done start talking about things that I can relate to Clive on. Who who can turn down a little dick every now and then, especially the black kind. I don't know what the white kind is like, but a little dick every now and then. He tucked too. Now he had pennies. Now he tucked and he wore his pennies. You know it's tucked when you see them two lips. Woo! Woo! Y'all is funny today. Y'all is funny today. You know it's tucked when you see them two balls missing. He just some real fine shit. Whatever Carisha said in the remix. Okay. What was I looking up? See, y'all done got me talking about a little dick every now and then and tucking and sucking and fucking and all kinds of stuff. And I don't know whether to get hot and bothered or disturbed, but I'm a little bit of both. Silence of the Lambs. Silence of the Lambs dance scene. See, it popped right up because Google knows. Oh, here it is, bitch. I'm finna show it to y'all. I hope I don't get no copyright strike for this. Hold on, bitch. Cause you gotta understand this reference. Hey, Meta. Oh no. Hello. Oh no. I do have some gossip to tell you. Y'all know I'm a part of the machine of YouTube, but I don't support the machine. Precious, please come on. He getting right. Let me just fast forward it to the little shimmy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You better paint them lips, bitch. Okay, Clive. Ooh, not saying, look, you better talk to me dirty. Ooh, his voice all deep with them. Oh, not finna set up the camera. Wait, this ain't a part of the movie. What are they doing? They took out the dance scene. They are trolling with that. Okay. That's not the dance scene, but yes, the scary in all caps sent me because ain't nothing scary about that movie or that scene. Even when I was a child, but then again, I was a strange child. I like witches, warlocks, and serial killers and stuff like that. Oh, they took out the best part when he went and did that shimmy and he had on a little robe. It was a floral robe, kind of like this. It was falling off the shoulder and he that's what came to mind when I thought about this card with Clive. Because in my mind, I can see him in full garb, wig, makeup, heels. Like I could see him down at the drag show. But in my mind, it's like industry elites or world elites that have secret drag show parties and they all get up and have drag shows. But we can't never see, we can't never know. In my opinion, Clive used to love to get up there and be Diana Ross. In my mind, I can see him wig and everything. I feel like he liked to give Diana Ross, but he liked to sing the Whitney songs. Nevertheless, the man liked a little black dick every now and then. A little black dick every now and then. I gotta say it because it's something about this that gives me he liked the black ones. He preferred the black ones. Not seen in public with them. Not arm candy. But in the back rooms. Take that, take that. And I'm just saying, Clive, I like black every now and then too. Not the little kind though, like Diddy's. They said Diddy's was. And his stank. Diddy and his girls had STDs. So they stank. STDs stank. Tajan. A little drag club. With world elites. And then it's a grand finale after they live out they cross-dressing black diva, because if in my mind all of them got to pick out a black diva that they came as, and in my opinion Clive ass always got to come as Diana looking but with Whitney voice, and they couldn't, nobody else could sing the Whitney song at the karaoke night except for Clive because he was so cunty about that. I don't know. Bill gives me he loves a mean Celine Dion song. He likes to do a mean Celine. Or maybe he likes to do Marilyn. Maybe he don't sing like the other girls, but maybe he does a little Mr. President. Happy birthday to you. Y'all like my Bill Clinton impression. You guys like my Bill Clinton impression. See, I was alive when Bill Clinton was president. In fact, I was old enough to engage and be aware. He talked like he liked to fuck black bitches too. Bill Clinton, no, he wasn't using that voice on white bitches. No. Titanic. Titanic. You know, it's a classic. They start off with that one. After, and you know they end with I'm Every Woman. Come on, Tajan. We gonna sneak in. Me and you together. We gonna sneak in. Or at least dress up as the help or something. I don't know, but we got to get down to the bottom of this. And I want to know just as bad as you do. You ask the right kind of questions. All right, so below his little dick every now and then. Oh, behind the scenes in the closet. This was him being closeted for so many years, liking a little dick every now and then, but living the majority of his life closeted behind a woman in a legal marriage. In fact, the wife knew. How long she knew, I don't know, but at some point, for a long time, she knew. A long time she knew. Definitely. She definitely didn't find out when he came out. No. I imagine she caught him in her stuff too. His ex-wife, a little bit of panty, a little bit of bra, a little bit of makeup missing every now and then, and you just can't figure it out if it's the maids or something, and then one day you decide to do his laundry instead of the maids and find the panty drawer, the wig drawer, the bra drawer, The tuck tape, duct tape, I don't know, whatever they use. In my mind, it's tuck tape. And if nobody has made that or trademarked that, you're motherfucking welcome. But call it tuck tape. They should already have it. I'm sure they have tuck tape, but bitch, if they don't, they should call it tuck tape. Yeah, Tajan. Ooh. I just want to go. I don't even want to go and judge. Bitch, I want to go ahead and just cackle with the Judies, the presidential elite Judies. Because you know I'm going to hype their ass up. Once them cocktails get to going, I'm going to forget the war crimes and the crimes against humanity. I'm going to forget and be hyping their ass up. You better great value, Celine. Yeah. Okay, Timo Whitney. Oh, crowning. Little dick every now and then. So below the life he lived in the closet. Now, even when he came out of the closet, he still did not tell everybody that it was a little black dick every now and then. Why? Well, because then people would start to actually believe a lot of the conspiracies. So he can't be attached to any of the black dick that he like because there's been rumors of him turning out black men in the industry. If he gets seen being bisexual with black dick, then they're going to say, oh, he does like black men. And so those stories were probably true. So he might have came out of the closet of liking a little dick every now and then, but he never came out with the fact that he liked black BBC. He likes BBC, okay? BBC. On your knees first, in my opinion, because that's what I heard in my mind. And I actually just see him standing down because it's the power first, on your knees first. But then after that, you can take him to Pound Town. But you got to bow and kiss the ring first. You got to kiss the tuck tape first, so that you know the hierarchy in this. But do he do the bending? I think so. I think the best thing in the world for him is to have a big beastly African mandingo child. Let me get out of Clive's energy because you like what I like, Clive, and you like it like I like it. He like that shit. Like his lust is my kind of lust. And I got a freaky ass lust. And I know why I like black men. It's for the same reasons you do. Mm-mm. Let me find out Clive would have wanted to be my good Judy. Very much a power bottom. Heavy on the power, though. Heavy on the power. Before you get the bottom, I think, based on what I see in my imagination, you gotta kiss the tuck tape first. So that comes first because this ain't just pleasure, okay? It's business, it's power first. I have to emasculate you first. But yes, a power bottom indeed. And I think he likes to be hit from the back. I don't know how else they do it, but I definitely think that he enjoyed looking back there and seeing the force of a black man. I think that he might have liked to be rammed hard because I think he might have liked the force. And I think he might like to turn around and see. In my mind, it's masculinity, it's raw masculinity that he likes. And I know that I like sex because of the energy that I get from it. I'm very much a succubus in that way. So he's the same way though. Like the whole idea of a man, his testosterone, the smell from his hormones, the skin, the chest, just the brute sheer masculine energy. It was until 94. He got to enjoy 94 years of that force, and Here we are struggling to find a force, and he got top creme de la creme. Not saying that Andre or P Diddy, I would have to be forced to be a part of their force, but I'm only going this deep into detail because I can relate to why he preferred black men. It was the energy, the masculinity about them. I can't stand this man, y'all. I cannot stand this man reading him. Oh, I can't stand it because he knows too much about the energy that black men exude and how to harness it through sex. I hate that for I hate that. And that's probably why he related to the divas so much. I don't know if he was able to make men the way he was able to make these women, but it's because he was in our position. He was so receptive. He was such a receiver. But he's like, you know how trans people feel like they were born in the wrong body? If he wasn't old school with it, he would probably be trans because it seems like he likes the power of being a man, the power and the privilege and the perks of being a man. But this man, outside of all the perks of being a man in a world of patriarchy, this man was a woman. He wanted to be a girl. Outside of, again, power and societal roles for men. Other than that, who run the world? Girls. I think he loved every black man that ever entered him in his own perverted way. Even if he abused them, I think in his mind, yes, that was my favorite. I loved them all. It was all business, but I loved them all. I just really, I won't even say spiritually he was a woman. He spiritually he's a man because only a man would prefer to be a man because of the perks. Only a man would say, yeah, I like being a man because of the perks. Women think of the perks of being a man and still want to be women. No, he was a man. He was gay. He was gay and he was jealous of women. He was a man, but it's not. So, in my mind, some people really are like they just have the spirit of something other than what they present, and it's almost just like do us all a favor, please, and and be whatever's on the inside because this is a mixed match. I've seen that, but no, some people can, I don't want to say trick themselves into believing that that's the case for them. So, no, this is a man who's very well aware of his ability to be a man, but still behind the scenes, like whatever fetishes you have. And I think he didn't stand women. It's an admiration. The jealousy is an admiration. But again, it comes from the men. You know how there are some white women who date black men religiously, but don't like black women. He's like that. He's like that. He's just another one of the white people who date black men but hate black women. It is an admiration though. I think he has a love hate, admiration and envy, and this probably what all racism, or maybe at least Italian or wherever he's from, racism. There's probably a little envy. If he's Italian, don't they say that Italians are the blacks of Europe? I think that Clive Davis is genuinely a music man. He's from the old guard, but I think that his passion was absolutely the industry, music. I think I think that's where he should be. I don't think he looked at it as a cash grab and just ended up being good at it. This is a music man. He knows music. I think that he knows that soul is going to come from the music and the voices of Black people. Period. He seems to acknowledge that. So he admires Black women because of the music that comes out of us, or Black people, especially the Black women, though, because of the music that comes out of our body. This is a music man. He has an ear for good music, and he knows, and he actually is very keen on energy, sex with Black men, energy, creating so many legend or signing so many powerhouse talents in the Black community, energy. I will give him that. I don't think that he hated his artists, other than the fact that he saw them as everything has their top of the line product. He thinks that Black people are probably top of the line when it comes to music, singers, vocalists, things like that. You'll find a rare, unique talent in other races. I know he signed Janis Joplin and all of them, but for the most part, he dealt with real talented artists. You can't say that he was somebody that just signed people that had no talent and he manufactured it. Everybody that he worked with was immensely talented. That we can give him. So his envy of Black women, I don't even think it was an envy and a jealous of wanting to be us, other than the fact that we get to naturally enjoy Black penis, but also having to deal with us because we are where the gold is. As he sees music and profitability in music, he knows that the Blacks is where the gold is. So he had to immerse himself with us. And it's not a racist like I just hate all Black people. It's a racist like you're a commodity. So I don't even think I was talking about racism because I don't feel that from this man. It was something about women. But I don't see him as feeling like a woman. I see him as wanting to experience being what he idolizes. He thinks that Black women are the epitome of vocalists and we belong with Black men. Does he want to be a woman? He might have grown up into that fetish, that kink, but it doesn't give me spiritually that that's who he was supposed to be. This feels like a man who's very well aware that he's a man, a rich one, who can have a wife by day and have Black dick by night. Only a man in the world that he grew up in, only a man can pull that off. All right, current actions, Eight of Swords in reverse. Ain't nobody gonna be able to get some money out of him now. Ain't nobody gonna be able to sue for a while now. The man gone. So that's the good and the bad thing. If you had a issue with Clive Davis and you was just getting ready to go down to the courthouse, you ain't got to worry about it now. I don't know how that you ain't gonna get your money, but the devil ain't out here stealing actively from you anymore. The other blessing is that you was gonna go down to the courthouse and depending on how much they owed you, they might have thought it was cheaper to whack you. Now, I don't know who is currently going through all of his desks, drawers, cabinets, and his locked file cabinets, paperwork, but they might be bigging him up. But somebody is going through his stuff. I don't know if they're looking for tea or if they're looking for blackmail information or if they're looking to hide his dirty deeds. But I think his offices are being ransacked and not just throwing things about. I think that they're looking for all of his important documents, where the bodies are buried, all of that. I just can't determine on what side. If it's to hide it and protect it for his legacy, or if it's going to be used for the next handler, or if it's just going to be exposed by somebody who couldn't wait for him to croak. But I see his cabinets, his files, his paperwork, and all of that. And he was an older man. I feel like he kept a lot of paperwork, preferred it, less hacking. Somebody's going through it. All his stuff. The sun. External to him, Whitney Houston. This is how people see this man. So as he's dying, the people who want to give him good PR is going to remind everybody that he gave the world Whitney Houston. To the black delegation, that's the man who unalived Whitney Houston. Ironic that I said when she left, it took a lot out of him, because his legacy is tied up in her, to be honest. He's had big names, but out of all the people that he's signed, Whitney Houston is always going to be the brightest star in his lineup. Energetically. I did a reading on Whitney Houston, and I made a place for her on my altar because her energy was so infectious, and she made me feel like in the reading, she was treating me like her niece. And then it was another time where I was doing a reading, and this was back when I only did cold cases and stuff, and I was asking the spirits who they wanted me to read on. And I was actually doing this on live. Back then, I wouldn't even know who I was going to read on until I came on camera sometimes, and then ask the spirits, and I'd get an idea right then, and then we roll with it. And I heard Whitney's voice. I heard her voice, and in my mind, I saw a crowd of people lined up, and then I saw Whitney in the middle, kind of wiggling her way to the front, and then I saw her scooting someone up. Because I was going to say, well, I already read Whitney. But then I heard her say no. And it was Bobby Christina. The more I focused in on her scooting the person up, the closer they got, it was Bobby Christina. So I read the both of them, and I had a time in their energy. I loved it. I didn't want to stop the reading. I didn't want to let them go. And I grieved all over again, because it's like, dang, y'all was so lit. Y'all was fun. Even me doing a reading, it felt like my auntie, my favorite auntie and cousin. It was so endearing. Such a good time, such a vibe. They was such a cackle. They was being so shady to Clive. Go back and find that video and watch it. It's not a live because I wasn't doing lives then. It's a video. Such a time. But her energy, to this day, if I have to think of every reading I've ever done, and who do I remember the most? Probably Whitney Houston, because you feel her. You feel her. If you're a psychic or a medium, there's no way you can't really conjure up Whitney Houston's spirit, and not everybody is a necromancer. You can be a psychic and not be able to pull up the dead. If you can, though, I bet you it left a mark on you. I bet you felt her. It's big Leo energy. Big Leo energy. Her being who she was and being beloved and as famous as she was made absolute perfect sense. No machine was needed for that. It helped, but baby, all she needed was a stage and a mic and our attention. And she was going to take us through there, from there. And that grieved Clive the most. Whitney Houston definitely burned him, meaning in astrology, if certain planets are too close to your sun sign, they can become debilitated. Because your sun sign, depending on how strong it is, can butt up everything around it, like mine. I have that issue. I have a stellium in Libra. My sun, my Venus, my south node, fortune, Eros, sun, south node, Venus, fortune, Eros, and a few other asteroids. Now, because I have Venus in Libra right next to my sun in Libra, Venus is debilitated. My sun energy is too hot. So I have a very poor love life. Not that it's poor because I'm toxic or anything, but it's uneventful for long stages of time. And then I can be dealing with someone for long stages of time. And then when that ends, I can be single for a very long time. I don't I don't have the dating life where I'm constantly dating, constantly going out on dates. I haven't had a slew of boyfriends. Um, and that's because my seventh house is in Scorpio and my Venus is being debilitated by my sun. My sun sign is just overpowering Venus, who already doesn't thrive in the sixth house in a Virgo house, anyways. But there it is. So, anyways, my sun debilitates Venus. She doesn't like being that close to the sun, sharing a sign with the sun. She's right next to her. Um, that is the effect that Whitney had on Clive. It seems like he exerted so much energy with Whitney in his Whitney era that took him through there, because for some reason it's not like she was hard to manage until she became hard to manage. She had too much raw, natural God energy in her that Whitney was hard to control. She was hard to manage. And if he can have her voice without her, if he could just take her voice and pluck it on somebody else easier to manage, like Jennifer Hudson, then he would. He tried. So he loved the voice, just not the woman attached to it. She took him through that. She stressed him the fuck out because he needed that voice. But you also have to manage the human being that's attached to it. And they're going to do human shit like drugs and ruin their voice. And then date people who goes against their image. And she took him through there. She did. She had her way. He couldn't really have his because she was having hers too. So Clive, as much as he was a Titan, he met his match. He met his match with that one. And she's the brightest spot in this reading so far. The sun. The only major arcana in his reading besides his closeted lifestyle is this big Leo. Yep. Tried to take it and give it to Jennifer. And in my opinion, was she just oblivious to it all? No. 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 That lady is savage, in my opinion. Savage. I don't think she oblivious to nothing. But we ain't gonna go down that again because I took her through there already. I don't like that lady more than I don't like Clive. Because Clive is the beast that you know. That one, That's the beast you never see coming. Except for the one that she needed as a companion, her sister. You need a companion so you don't be lonely, so Maddie don't get too lonely. That came from Eve's Bayou. Y'all know I got a line for everything. You know I come back a little early from campus so Maddie don't get too lonely. Maddie don't seem like the lonely type. Okay. Hopes and fears for Clive. 10 of Wands in reverse. He was concerned about being exposed before he passed away like Diddy was. So when Diddy got caught up, Clive was concerned. But Clive is the reason that Diddy didn't go down for the more serious stuff. Not just Clive, though. Mm-mm. When they raided Diddy houses and said, we got him, they said, fuck. That means we got everybody else too, including our bosses. He sure was. He sure was. He caught that. But she kept on going. You know, my daddy and Maddie such and such, but then again, mama's the lonely type. Well, gotta go. Left that man putting two and two together and he knew exactly what this grown ass little girl was telling him. That's why the next time we seen that bitch, he was dragging Maddie on. Listen, I love you, Tajan, for we is here. Is you my cousin? Is you my cousin? I feel like you is. So yes, Clive had concerns because he knew. He got word from them boys. Hey, just a heads up, boss. When we raided Diddy, I never seen you that way, boss, but I just wanna give you a heads up, boss, that we seen some pretty wild stuff over there at his house, boss, because I'm trying to talk like a Italian New York police officer. We saw some crazy stuff at his house, boss, and I just wanted to give you a heads up, boss. You on a couple of tapes. So he had concerns about that. In my opinion, him and the other big dogs that Diddy had on them tapes as security for the day when they came for him, he probably started out it started out with him and his shit. Then he said, no, 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 no. Fast forward to an hour and 30 minutes and call my attorney and let me out. They came back and said, Rico over. We're going to drop some of them charges and just charge you for being freaky, and that ain't going to stick. So, yeah, they was good and ready till they got them tapes and watched them and said, yeah, never mind. Never mind. That's why it seemed like they was going to hit him with the Monty, and then next thing you know, all it was a bunch of baby oil and whole shit. They was going to hit him. Got too risky. Clive, in my opinion, you was in that number. And you knew you wasn't going down, but you was concerned about being exposed. And then even after Diddy for a while, because then the energy of exposing was in the air. You didn't know which one of your little dick every now and then was going to come out and also want some money and some publicity. We ain't heard from all your little black penises. I can't wait for the next year or so to reveal slowly but surely. Hmm. Outcome. Page of Swords in reverse. Rumors and conspiracies will be this man's legacy as well. Rumors and conspiracies have been a part of this man's legacies, but after his death, If they're not the loudest part, and to be honest, nothing much is going to change for Clive's legacy. We've been whispering about him just as loudly in his face while he was alive. All of the conspiracies are out and they're believed. So the people who already believe them will continue to believe them. The people who don't, they will continue to try not to. And I say try not to because there'll be gossip, rumors, and conspiracies that'll come out. And to be honest, his estate or the people protecting his legacy will have their hands full trying to keep all of his tea from being exposed. They won't be able to dam up all the leaks, but they're going to try to shoot for the worst stuff and shut that down. The stuff that's not already out there, actually. Only thing I'm interested in is the sun over here because that's Whitney. I'm getting tired. I'm getting hungry. Members, y'all will have me to yourselves tomorrow. I should have taken today off to recover from my little 2-3 day vacation, but I said that's not the responsible thing to do, Dina, and it's not your subscribers' fault that you didn't enjoy yourself or you came back from a small vacation not rested. So check in with your responsibilities and then ration out the rest of your members' lives for tomorrow. The sun. This just flew out. The star. The sun and the star. If I were to do a reading for you at home and your question was, for instance, if this was Adorn that I was reading and Adorn was asking me, is my music career going to take off in the next 5 years? I would say, I don't know what the fuck you finna do, but baby, you gonna be up there. You just gonna be up there. This is AAA list. This is the list of triple A, okay? Triple A. You're gonna be a household name. Your name gonna live on. Like the sun and the stars, you will be a celebrity forever. Like the sun continues to shine, like the stars never cease to give their light at night. This is what I would say if I was reading. If someone asked me, am I going to be a successful artist and I pulled these together, I'm going to drop the cards and send my adjusted rate for that consultation. These together, bitch, you can afford a $75,000 consultation. Absolutely. 7,500, okay? But that's the lowest I'm going to go for these two. And you got to sign my dead titty too. So bitches know you was here before you got put on and that I told you. I'm going to say you'll live on. Not just a household name, but for generations. Why? Because the sun and the stars. We die, they don't. So that came out behind the sun. It flew out. Let me pull two more. Big star, but wasn't liked at her label, Whitney, by her boss. And what's even worse is, I won't say wasn't liked. People loved Whitney. The problem is, once Clive decided that Whitney was his problem, then those same people that loved her start being nasty towards her. That means these are the PR articles about her drug habits. This is us even finding out about her addiction and how bad it was. This is the paparazzi knowing where to see her looking like a crackhead high on her third toot for the morning at 7 a.m. and she's only been up since 6:55. This is the interviews with them disrespecting her and do you do crack? And this is the media's disrespect of her. But these same people, in my opinion, they didn't like having to do it because they genuinely liked Whitney. And they didn't want to exploit her for her addictions, but it's a part of the machine. And in my opinion, this man ain't been right since Whitney. I think that his health may have been affected, if not like something that can be diagnosed. his energy levels, something about his nervous system, because dealing with her would have had him walking on pins and needles for years. Pulling off her death, though, that something. I don't think he was at peace with that one. He wasn't able to sleep at night with that one. His conscience was in full effect with that one. Because she ain't his first. She wasn't his last. But this one, I'm actually surprised that he did Angie. But then again, I think he was more hands off with that one. I think that it was a green light, but he was more hands off than he usually is. Him taking Whitney took something from him, and it's energy. He would know what it is, though. If he were alive and he were being honest and I were to ask him, he would say, absolutely, it took something from me. This. Okay. All right. So that's that. Fuck everybody who had something nasty to say about Whitney. Fuck all of her industry friends. Because every time I look at this gives me some of the people that she approached at the party, some of the people that she approached in between the Grammy night and another point, up an earlier point, maybe the Grammy weekend when the festivities started, when she was attacked at the pool. So many people. It's even been rumored that Whitney approached several people, so many Hollywood friends of hers that weekend, that night, or sometime throughout that weekend. Brandy, she slid you a note. Everybody acted really obtuse and oblivious, and then she passed away, and everybody gave tributes. And to this, because I've read Whitney before, and I asked her for a message at the end of the reading to the other artists, and she didn't have too much kind things to say. As a matter of fact, she brought up the fact that all of you turned your back on her. So when Clive said it's a no-go on Whitney, y'all who loved her, y'all really did fuck with her. She came by and you dropped your head. She called and you stopped answering for her. People were talking about her and you stopped taking up for her. You turned and looked the other way. Brandy, is that your sacrifice for your Hollywood walk of shame, for them to stop blackballing you after you unalived that lady, after you ruined the Hollywood image of you? Because you worked with Clive too, didn't you? Close enough. Whitney taught you a thing or two about how to reach that A-list status and what was expected of you industry wise, because she knew firsthand with Clive. Did Brandy work with Clive? Not Eastwood. Yes. um the Boy Is Mine. It says he played a major role in the strategy behind Brandy and Monica's The Boy Is Mine. However, Brandy later claimed in her memoir that Davis escalated their media feud rivalry by unexpectedly renaming Monica's album to The Boy Is Mine without warning. So Brandy said Clive started the beef between her and Monica. He hosted the reunion performance for It All Belongs to Me at his pre-Grammy gala. That was after Whitney's passing. Brandy and Monica, Y'all debuted that at a Clive pre-Grammy party after Whitney's. Oh, just checking. Because Brandy had a famously close relationship with Clive's superstar signee, Whitney Houston, she and Davis frequently crossed paths and worked within the same Sony Arista circles. Now, just for shits and giggles, this is a Leo card. This is an Aquarius card. Whitney's a Leo. Brandy is an Aquarius. Remember, Whitney slid Brandy a note while Whitney was wet on live TV. And she was betrayed by Brandy. Why? Because Brandy was sitting right there with Clive. Now, to be fair to Brandy, Whitney, if you had to pass that note to Brandy in private, not when she was sitting in front of Clive, then you might have got a different reception. But because she was right there with him and you slipped her a note that had something to do with him, I don't know what you expected. But with the devil sitting in the room and you know that he know what you're doing, because you and Clive already beefing when you came in there and interrupted that article. You were sending Brandy not only a warning for her, but because you knew what they were about to try to do to you. Brandy, if you was a real bitch, you'd have flipped all that shit over mid-interview. Fuck that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'd have cut that interview. I might not have said what I wanted to say, but I'd have looked at that note. Oh, hell no. Interview, cut this interview. Take this shit off. Take this off. Whitney, my crew, let's go. I'm putting my homegirl, Auntie Wendy, on a plane straight to the deepest, darkest bayou in Mississippi, where Clive won't dare to come. I'm telling you. I'm hiding her out at my daddy mama house. You know, don't nobody check the daddy family, the daddy side of the family. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, Clive, come down there to the bayous of Mississippi, where every front porch got red brick dust on it. So you know what type of time they on. You bring your ass on over here if you want to. But Brandy ain't no real bitch like me. Fame and all. About my dog, I'm going to forget I'm famous. I'm going to forget the whole script and expose everything right there on camera. And then y'all going to watch them haul me off to a mental facility. And then y'all going to be saying, get well, mental health matters. Meanwhile, they're zapping the fuck out of me. And as a reward for those girls being complicit, they got a reboost in their career. And Brandy now got a Hollywood Star Walk of Fame. Brandy, you was in the pastures. They had you out in the pastures. But here you are on Clive's watch. Got done right before he passed away. I wonder if he has something to do with that. A final payoff, because he knew he was old and down to the last days. I think he put on the call to go ahead, give Brandy that star. You know, I've been sitting on her career for a long time. But since she stayed solid and didn't snitch, didn't make no fuss, I'll let her pay to get her Hollywood star down there. Let me look at this Three of Cups in reverse. Let me look at the betrayal from these fake ass friends. Never again. Never again. You wish my name was Shaquisha because that would make you feel like trolling a black woman with stereotypes was accurate. My name is Adina. You're welcome. It's only 5 letters, so I know how you racist types stumble and have such a hard time with being able to pronounce names, yours, mine, anybody's. Anything more difficult than Mark, Matthew, John, and Luke, y'all bow out gracefully because your cognitive abilities ain't that sharp yet. Haven't caught up with the original humans yet. Nevertheless, my mother made it easy for you, kept the ethnicity that we love, but made it easy enough. Say it with me slow because it's only 5 letters. Adina. We did that because we know the white people struggle with pronunciation, competency, and understanding. Call us gracious queens. Amen. Amen. And if it was Shaquisha, looks like you spelled it right. So you know a thing or two. Why would the name Shaquisha be on your white ass mind? I don't know a Shaquisha. I don't know not Nan, Shaquisha. But here you are, Mark, Matthew, and John, and Luke, worrying about a Shaquisha. So it is true. You guys are obsessed. You hate us because you ain't us. And you want us in your anus, and we don't want to be in your anus because you hate us. And we don't like your anus. I'd want to troll an intelligent, attractive black woman who also has extraordinary capabilities, something that no one in your lineage has been able to do, see into the past, present, and future at the same time, including the dead, while looking godly and black as fuck. It kills you guys. You guys are down at the Johns Hopkins, you're down at Harvard, you're down at Yale, just cramming all of that information into your tiny little brains, and you still ain't got as much wisdom as my dream. That's scary. That's crazy. You spent 4 years at an Ivy League institution trying to learn something that's relayed to me in my sleep. No one man should have all that power, but they ain't say nothing about a bad bitch. Back to Clive. Oh, I think I was on Brandy. 3 of Cups. I'm looking at these fake ass friends because this is what I'm most interested in. Whitney, point them out. Point them out. I'll knock them down one by one. I like Brandy though. Whitney, don't tell me to do it to Brandy. Brandy, the reason I'm even doing celebrity readings in the first place. Brandy, Ray J, and Kanye. Fake friends was just ignoring her calls, ignoring the conversation she was having with people that Grammy weekend. She was talking to people who was supposed to be her friend, and they were ignoring her. Oh, she told them that they was trying to kill her. She told them that they was trying to kill her. And somebody went on with the job. Only one person I can think of, and that's Brandy, because she was in the middle of an interview when Whitney passed you that note. This is what she said. And you didn't say or do a thing. In fact, you circled the block and start dealing with them people again. Brandy, Whitney said, don't call her name no more. Don't call it no more. And Brandy, I know you don't have peace either. The spirit, the spirit of Whitney is inside of Ray J. He went and married Princess Love, who's a Leo. And she made him crazy. He ain't been right since. And you ain't been right because Ray J ain't been right. Whitney said, let me find the most toxic Leo I can find to send over there to the Norwoods. There's one. And she can beat all of them up. Ray J, Brandy, all of them. What do I think about Candace Matthews? Who is Candace Matthews? Oh, I like her. I just followed her on Instagram after one of those blogs posted her for exposing that Mexican officer down there in Texas, and she done got that lady fired. And I just went down a rabbit hole on her page of seeing her in cowboy hats with long nails, putting belt to ass, and I thought she was very much entertaining. And they say she take regular trips down to Mississippi too for spiritual work. And that's probably why she can run through the streets of Texas putting belt to ass, and they just let her. I like her. I just found out about her. But listen, that's my kind of woman, y'all. I like women like that. I like bitches that you got to tussle with. You got to dance with them a little bit because they know a thing or two, and if they can't get it in the real world, then they going to go to the spirits. And that's the shit that I live by. It's the shit that I preach. See, you see what people that practice will really look like, that practice it for the right reasons, out here putting belt to ass in all kinds of ways. So as far as I'm concerned, she's a sister practicing. We in the same fight. She just fighting a different way. I fucks with it. I fucks with it. She tackles the politicians directly through politics, and I literally I work in the shadows. So when she go to on her spiritual retreats, I would be somebody who, okay, but that's how I work, and I do my own little freedom fighting that I never tell. But shout out to the Destiny Fulfilled ceremony because it's the first time, my spirit said it's the first time anyone thought to ritualize that intention for what we did. And you guys know what else is the first to happen in history? Israel and the United States are falling out with each other for the first time in the history of their alliance publicly. Didn't we just take energy back from them though? Because they are destiny swappers. That's why we did the Destiny Fulfilled ceremony, because to be Jewish, then there has to be a real concept of that person or people group out there. And Spirit told me, you know, do a ceremony. It's one thing to acknowledge when you've realized that there's a destiny swap going on, but the fact that, for generations we've played into it, we've willingly accepted the position of life and the identity or the lack of identity that we've been given. And that ceremony was us saying, you know what? Hell no. Not only do we know who we are and who's who and what's what, but to our ancestors, to our traditions, to our culture, everything that we let slide and eventually die out and then be resurrected in someone else's house, we're sorry. Spirits needed to hear us say, we fucked that up and we acknowledge we did, but we're going to stand up and claim our inheritance and then do right by it. Walk in power afterwards. After you know who you are, then you walk like it. So that's what that ceremony was. It was us officially saying we atone, and it was bringing offerings. So it was one of my favorite ceremonies just because we had so many offerings for the spirits. It was the energy was high. They were receptive to it. They were just waiting for us to come back to who we are so that they can charge us up. And you know what the fuck happened? For the first time, the US and Israel are fighting each other. So some of us just quietly do shit that They don't always broadcast, but just know some of us celebrate on Juneteenth and some of us are the motherfucking Juneteenth. All right, y'all like my nails? Y'all know I do my own nails, right? Yes, these are acrylics, not press-ons. I do my own acrylics. Ain't that a talent? You want to know why? You want to know why? I do my own hair, my own nails, my own makeup. For one, it's because I'm talented as fuck. And two, it's because I don't want you, I don't want to go and patronize your establishment and you not treat me like the god is that I am. I got tired of going in them people's shops, as a teenager, going in there and they talking in a language that I don't understand. I think that's rude because you're supposed to entertain your guests. And I don't like how they just treat my feet and hands any kind of way. They just down there just dun 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 you like bow da and taking my feet through there. They put permanent bruises on the bottom of my feet, and I didn't find out till later that I could have sued them, but I know no better. So after that, I felt like, you know what, I want to be treated a certain way. And plus, I'm a talented girl. I can do this myself. And so I did. I've been doing it since I was 18. Ain't let them people play in my face or my feet since then, or my hands. Because talk to me while you're in here. Talk to me. I am a guest. Don't do this. Don't do that. That's rude. And don't just be scrubbing my feet and using any kind of chemicals and any kind of products. And I love a nasty red nail. As a little girl, I had visions of myself as an adult too when I was a little girl, and I saw nasty red nail as a part of my constant. So I typically don't wear any other color but a nasty red nail. Every now and then, ooh, surprise, bitch. But my toes, just like the girls wear the white toes, I've always worn a nasty red toe. And at some point, I went through a yellow phase because I needed the energy. After my divorce, I kept yellow on my toes. But a nasty red nail and toe, it just made me feel so sexy and powerful. It does. I got a red room. I got an Aries stellium as well as a Libra stellium. My moon, North Node, and Jupiter. So all that Aries energy is like my power color. I wear it. My woo room. This room is the room I do woo in. Papa Legba is my head. His colors are black and red. My granddaddy was an Aries. His favorite color was red. It makes me feel powerful. Black makes me feel safe, protected. It makes me feel safe. Red is when I am asserting myself, very much so. And because I'm back from vacation today, I'm draped in red because I'm reasserting myself after a few days off. I'm coming back in strong. So my decision to wear red was intentional. Yes, it does. Oh, you're an Aries sun? No wonder we as cousins and relating. In my older years, I guess that makes sense that you will relate more with your North Node than your South Node. So in my older years, I'm in my Aries energy. In my early life, my Libra energy, but my South Node is in Libra. So the people pleasing, compromising, confrontation avoidance, all of that until I started getting older and life took me through there and I had to grow into myself and then choose me before anybody else. Now I'm all air, big Aries energy. The only time I step back into my Libra energy is when most of the time I'm doing my readings, I'm a Libra because I don't approach my readings from a psychic perspective. I actually approach it from like a judge. like a judge. I see what's presented in 3D, and then I see what really happened, and then I'm just here to determine things. Yes, that's where I have learned to integrate my Libra. I like to step out of myself and be 100% balanced, fair. If I have an opinion, I'll state it up front. But typically, my opinions are formulated from the visions, the things that I pick up. So yes, but then later on, when I get pumped up into my reading, it's big Aries energy because then I get funny, flirty, aggressive, popping shit. So I actually love it here. I love it here. And my adult Aries stellium, love it. Love it. It's liberating, it's empowering, it's fun, it's spontaneous, it's deadly. And I like that shit too. I like that shit. I like to be dangerous, smart, wise, attractive, lethal. That shit turns me on. Okay, with all of that being said, thank you guys for joining me on Necromancy Monday. Yes, well, a fun fact, all of you guys are the same. I attract baddies that are also smart, and those are the ones that stay with me. I'll attract people who try to put on like that, but then we end up falling out very soon and quickly because they end up not liking me because I'm the real deal. So, you guys are brains and beauty too. I find myself attracted or attracting so many beautiful people, but you guys can't patronize my channel regularly discussing the things that we discuss and not also be highly intelligent. And I love that for me. I just like to be surrounded by brains and beauty. Just like a Libra, just love the aesthetics and love to be surrounded. Very shallow. I like other attractive and smart people. Not shallow, I guess. Shit. Anyways, so with that being said, thank you guys for the fun. Thank you guys for the interaction. Thank you guys for the hearts that I'm seeing in the live. I imagine those are likes. And YouTube say that helps us creators. And I never ask, but I do show appreciation when I see them because I ain't no begging ass bitch, but YouTube said it helps. So one day I'll get over my pride and not be too proud to beg for a like. But until then, I see them and thank you. All right, you guys, members, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Both membership tiers is on. We popping. See y'all tomorrow. Love you guys, except for the trolls. You guys are ugly. Bye.